Yes. Okay. Now we finally got it working. We finally got it. Yeah. Well, people because you're the only one in here. So, now today we are actually going to be looking at the February JW broadcast, and we're going to be having a look at it together. Now, I haven't seen this yet. I have not seen this yet, but I have seen enough of these to know generally what's going to happen. And so I want to have a little, like, we'll do a little, should we do a little bingo? I think we should do a little bingo sheet for it, right? Let me see if I can open my Discord and get the others in here. Whoops. All right, here we go. Let's do it. All right. Okay, okay, okay. Now, if anyone is interested at any stage in being a guest, then let me know because um I do have the means to organize that. And I do like talking about this. Sorry. I do like talking about this shit a lot. I like talking about all kinds of shit though. Like um the propaganda. The propaganda is strong with this one, with this particular organization. So now that I know that we're live, let me just mute that so it doesn't interfere. And oh, that one as well. There we go. Started streaming 2 minutes ago. What am I doing? All right. Now, uh, so I'm going to do a little bingo sheet, and if you want to have any suggestions for what should go on the bingo sheet, then feel free to chuck them in down below. But I'm going to make a little bingo. How we go? How would you do this? Bingo. Bingo live app. What's that? Oh no, that's play bingo. I don't want to like we are playing bingo, but I just want a bingo sheet. Bingo sheet. Should I put my screen up on here? I feel like I should. Save image as. Yeah, let's not do what Vorsh did. Oh God. Let's save everything first and then God, I'm kidding. Like, I've got nothing to hide on my computer. Honestly, my kids use this computer more than I do. And I do think I'm going to say this right now. I think it's very weird. I mean, I know that I have never seen or even I'd never heard of Lolly before the Vorsh debacle. That's how like unknown all of this shit was to me. Oh, let's get that out of the way. That's annoying the shit out of me. But I will say this: I do think it is a little odd. Oh, fuck that. As I said, I haven't seen it, but I don't know. I've never seen anything. I just don't know because I've not seen it. I've never seen it. Never seen anything like it. So I can't. I feel like because of that, I can't really judge. I can't judge for the simple reason. Bingo sheet. Let's save it into my YouTube folder. Hey, let's just save it in the YouTube folder. Save. I should just have a folder called props, really. You're not signed in. That's fine. Close that. All right. Online videos. Now, StreamYard. How do I present? That's what I need to do. I need to present, and I need to share. Oh, I can have an extra camera. Ooh. Ooh. That's interesting. Why? Oh, hello. We got a comment. Hello. Hello. Oh, go away. No, kneeling. uh no, kneeling well. I do not need. I do not need any help. Um while I understand that I do not have a following on here at all to speak of, I do on TikTok, and I'm not really that interested in that's my daughter's skirt she's working on, teaching her to sew. But I'm not that interested in becoming, like there are a lot of I've been reached out to before by organizations to join their organization and present, right? I have been approached by that because I do have oh, see, now I've lost all my viewers. There you go. All right. Anywho, I got excited when I saw a comment there, and then I realized it was just spam. If anyone's got any non-spammy comments, feel free to add those in. So let's pull up. Let's do the share screen business. Present. Invite. Copy. Where's my Discord? Don't switch to that. Why would you do that? That doesn't make any sense. Rolling into the void. Hey, bye. Hey, me. Where am I? So the first Monday of every month, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do a little a propaganda breakdown of the last month's video. And where am I? Stream room. Okay. Hello. All right. I'm in the stream room. Set a channel status. We are live on the YouTubes. Set status. Okay. So I've got 3 chats open right now. And so if you do have anything you want to comment, like feel free, because I got lots happening. So, okay, let's just move that out the way. Close that. All right. We're going to pull up this video. And what I want to do is I want to go through it and I want to break down all of the little lies that we're being told, all the manipulations that we're being given to try and convince us of certain things, to sell us a narrative. And I want to try and break those down a little bit because when I spent a lot of time in this particular cult. And while I was a member of this cult, I spent a lot of time thinking to myself, oh, that sounded a bit culty. I'm sure they didn't mean it like that, but that does sound a little bit culty. And I spent a lot of time convincing myself that it was fine, actually, that they sounded culty because they weren't actually a cult, right? Just because they sounded like one. But walks like a duck and talks like a duck, it doesn't mean it's a duck. Really? So that's kind of why I wanted to do this today, because I think I've been working on my justice video and I was filming it last night. I was up until 3 o'clock last night filming. So that will be out by Friday. I filmed 2 of the 8 parts last night. I'll film hopefully I'll be able to get halfway through the filming tonight, and then I can edit that, and then I might have to release it in 2 parts. We'll see how we go. because so far it's 2 hours and I've only filmed 2 parts, but I haven't edited yet, so don't quote me on that. But I spent a lot of time in that when I was looking at justice. I spent a lot of time talking about the media and how the media really acts for us as an interpreter of the criminal justice system, of the legal system in its entirety, because we can't all as individuals understand the ins and outs of the criminal justice system on our own. It is far too complex. It is, and this is one of the reasons people are able to say, "Oh, you've got no idea what you're talking about." You know, it's too hard, it's too difficult, because it seems really it seems unapproachable, right? The issue seems unapproachable, and part of that is because it's really complicated. It doesn't start and end with policing. It doesn't start and end with prisons. When we think of the criminal justice system, we might not think of the regulations that govern the way that businesses dispose of their waste, for example, but that's a large part of it. And the difference is that some sections of the criminal justice, or some sections of the population, I should say, are allowed to self-regulate within the criminal justice system, and then others aren't. Others are policed by the armed wing of the state. And one of the reasons we accept this disparity is because of the way the media explains the criminal justice system and the way it works to us. So because we don't always necessarily have the tools to understand the propaganda we're being fed, it makes it really difficult then to grapple with these complex ideas, because we don't have all of the information, and the information that we're being given is being filtered through an interpretation of the criminal justice system that, again, upholds the myth of the white Western supremacy. Like, we have this myth in our heads that the way that we do things is the right way, when it's just the white way. Like, it's not the right way, it's the white way. And particularly in Australia where I live, and the reason, I use the symbolism that I do in my up in my banner and everything like that, is because I'm an Indigenous woman, and I am quite strongly connected with my culture, and it means something. So in my banner, the symbol that's behind my name is actually a group of people meeting at a watering hole to share stories and share information and gather together. That's what that art represents. So I wanted to include that because that's what I want this to be. I want this to be a place where we gather together, where we share information, where we share stories, where we collaborate. And that's why I've got the Discord. Actually, I should chuck that up on here, shouldn't I? Join the Discord. Let's do that. Join the Discord if you want to chat, if you want to join us. But oh, hey, let's have a look. What's that? Create an invite. Let's do that. Here we go. Oh, no. Invite as a guest. Why can't I copy? Search for friends. Sheep. Why can't I find sheep right now? There she is. Anyway, so the point I was trying to make with all of that rambling anyway was that I don't blame anyone for not understanding all of the nuances involved in this conversation, but I also don't want to spend all of my time in trying to explain the ways that we're lied to and the ways that we're fed propaganda through the media in relation to the outworking of our criminal justice system, of the judiciary, of the legislature. I don't want to only talk about that when I'm trying to break down propaganda, because like people get very partisan. The minute you start pointing out the ways that Albanese is using propaganda, or the ways the Greens use propaganda, or the way the Liberal Party in Australia use propaganda. The Liberal Party in Australia, by the way, is our further right-wing party. Labor's pretty right-wing. I should pull up the Overton window just to show you guys how closely aligned they are on most things, because people keep saying, oh my goodness, they're wildly different. They're not. I am more distinct from the Greens than the Liberal and Labor Party are from each other in this country. Like, I am more distinct from the Greens than Liberal and Labor are to each other in terms of policy, and yet I will still run with the Greens when it comes to the next election, despite the fact that I have less in common with them than Albanese has with the Liberal Party. literally. So I don't like being told this. But anyway, the minute you start talking politics, again, people say that it becomes partisan and people become a lot less willing to accept what you're telling them. So I thought we would do it using religious propaganda instead of a cult, who likes to publish all their stuff online and who has 8 million members around the world. Should I shut that window? No, it's fine. So for those of you who don't know, the Jehovah's Witnesses are a cult with around 8 million members around the world. They started back in the late 1800s. They were a splinter group that split off from the Lutheran group. That they kind of came down through that sort of split off from Catholicism and Christianity. It was Charles Taze Russell who was credited with starting the organisation. It has gone through, then Rutherford took over. It's gone through a few different enigmatic leaders. Oh God, I can't say that word. But it's gone through a few. What the? Okay, I'm gonna have to shut the windows. I don't know what's going on, but it's gotten loud. God, it's gotten loud. God. God almighty. I figured everyone would be at work, but it's a long weekend, so everyone's at home doing gardening stuff. Any hoozles. So yeah, they've had a few charismatic leaders. They went through a few charismatic leaders earlier on. And they actually believe that even if you're not, so for example, they've said they believe if you're not or you never have been a JW, they call the period in between the disciples being on earth and 1914 when the religion was re-established here on earth. So yeah, the late 1800s is when Charles Taze Russell sort of started it, and it was in 1914 when they believe God selected them as his one true organization on earth. And they believe that the time in between when the disciples were on earth and in 1914 when God chose them as his organization on earth, they call that the period of darkness. And there were people who were alive during that period who would still be counted as followers of their religion, they believe. For example, Isaac Newton, they've said that they think that he might be resurrected because, I don't know. Anywho, there's a lot of bullshit. There's a lot of bullshit in this particular cult. It's fine. So, yeah, that's what we're going to do today. We're going to watch one of their videos. We're going to break it down. We're going to talk about the propaganda that's in there. And I'm going to create a little bingo sheet for y'all because there are some things that we will see every time we interact with the JWs. There are some things that we will constantly see. And I want to sort of prepare you for just how do I put this? Pointless this propaganda is. When I was younger, I remember constantly thinking to myself, I've learnt all of this. I've done all this before. Like, why am I studying the same thing? Hey, look, sources of information about crime. That was some more stuff that I was looking at for my video. Open with. Why is this not working? Insert. Yay! All right, it's working. Cool bananas. So now I'm going to share. Should I share my screen? You have no slides. Percent. Share screen. Yep, I know that already. Here we go. And also share tab audio. Alrighty. All right, cool bananas. I think it's working now. I think it's working. Let's. Oh, that was on Twitch. Someone messaged me on Twitch and it came through. Fantastic. So if you comment on either Twitch or YouTube or the Discord chat, I will be able to see you. Now, can I chat back in Twitch? I don't think I can chat back in Twitch, but that's all right. Let me just make a banner. Oh, no, hang on. This is what I got to do. So we're going to do this to start off with. This is their jw.org. This is their website. You can everything they publish is freely accessible on here. They really think they're doing something, you know. I might actually download it. Maybe I'll download it and that way I'll be able to add it as a video file. I don't know. All right, here we go. February broadcast. Let's get this started. Should I full screen it?
Welcome to JW Broadcast.
I've got my headphones. Forgot my headphones. Forgot my headphones. Yeah, that's what I want to do. And can I make that bigger? No. All right. So we'll do this while we're watching it. And then I can switch back to the other view when we're, you know, having a good...
Casting. In this month's program...
No, that's right. I want to do the bingo first. Now, I haven't seen this. Yet. And it's actually been a while since I've watched a JW propaganda video. It's been probably, I'd say, about 6 months since I'd watched any of their propaganda. It's been about 6 months. But there will be some things that will come up regardless of how long it's been or what's happened in the organization since. There are certain things that will come up in every single JW broadcast. They will have some heartwarming story about someone who really struggled with something and was only able to overcome it through God's help, even though there are people every day who go through the same struggles and are able to overcome them without God's help. There'll be a music video. There'll be a music video. Let's do that. Let's set up the here we go. Let's present I can do a video file. Okay. So I can do a video file at the same time that I do the bingo. Excellent. I do hope that people who are listening to this later in podcast form don't feel like it's just chaos incarnate. I hope there is some rhyme or method. There's some. Let's do the bingo first, okay? Let's shoot out. Let's shoot out our bingo first. Here we go. So I'm going to share. Oh, why is that not working? System, no, cancel. I don't want to leave this site. Why would I want to leave this site? System preferences, open a new tab. Why is it not letting me share my screen with you guys? Okay. Let's try that again. Share screen. Yes. Window. Bingo. Share. What? No, I just... bottom left-hand corner. You got to unlock it by hitting the bottom left corner. Okay, BLU. hey, I would rather be extremely safe and not accidentally share my private information than do the opposite. You know what I mean? Uh share screen. Share screen. Let's just get I did sort this out beforehand. Like I have practiced this. Fuck's sake. Okay, so I've got to unlock. How do I share this screen? Unlock this screen by selecting the lock on the bottom left corner. Check Google Chrome. Oh, restart Chrome. Oh, fuck that. Fuck that. So next time, we'll do the bingo for next time. Sorry, guys. The bingo is not going to work for today. But let's just put that down here. All destinations. Add your suggestions for prop bingo in the chat. Yep. And I can send the message to both. I'm loving this. I'm learning. I'm learning stuff. Let's do this. Add your suggestions for the prop bingo to the chat. All right, now let's go. Let's watch. Let's start watching. Now, has it not finished downloading? What's going on? I have so many videos. There it is. I can't tell you how many videos and things I've got on my.
Welcome to JW Broadcasting.
I've got it sorted. I'm loving this shit. Oh God, I'm loving this shit. This is so exciting to me. Is it exciting to anybody else? No, just me. That's fine. I don't care. All right. So, reacting to bullshit JW propaganda. Let's get on with it, shall we? Let's do it.
In this month's program, we'll see how much the Bible can improve our lives, how it can save us from lasting harm, how it can help us to get along with one another, and how it reassures us that even if we stumble, Jehovah will help us find our way back.
Here's the thing with every time they say how the Bible can help us get along with each other, it almost makes it seem like people aren't able to get on with each other. People aren't able to cooperate and get along and find common ground without the Bible. But if you actually have a look at all of the fucking arguments and war going on, I mean, most of the war that we have, and particularly when you start learning a lot about your history as well, the Westphalia Agreement, the reason we have this idea in the West of nation states with strict borders is because of the deadly religious wars that sprung up across Europe in the 16 and 1700s. So we did not have the idea of a strong nation state with borders before then. Previously, it was, we very much had borders based on, and I shouldn't say that, but the ruling class ruled through the church. Like that was one of the ways they were able to rule. And in order to gain more ground, or their justification for trying to gain more ground, was often to expand the borders of their church, of their faith. And they persecuted a lot of their own citizenry because they didn't have the same faith. So whenever people start going on about this, whenever people start saying, oh, the Bible helps us get along, I'm just like, no, no, the Bible does the opposite. People were getting along, people were getting along in the world together before the Bible. And one of the main reasons that we've been doing a lot of killing towards each other is because of the Bible. So I do not first of all, I can't stand that. I cannot stand that. There we go. Put that light on. That's a bit better. It makes this seem dark though. Like it casts a shadow. Maybe I should turn it down a bit so it's not quite as shadowy, hey? Let's just Whatever. Shadows galore. Shadows galore on my poor face. It's fine. Maybe I should just like film in the dark. Then I wouldn't have to worry about lighting. Here we go. Oh, where is my tissue box? All right. So let's try and break down some of the propaganda, some of the misconceptions we're going to have, some of the lies we're going to be told. Let's have a look. And can I speed it up?
From the life of John the Baptist, we'll learn how to cope with fear, rejoice when others are blessed, and maintain a positive attitude even when facing problems.
If you want to learn about envy, I would recommend watching a ContraPoints video instead of this shit. Oh, we're not even a minute into this 1 hour video.
We'll see from Brother Gordon McKay's experience that Jehovah wants us to draw close to him, even if we've had a serious spiritual setback. And our newest music video extends a warm invitation to all who find themselves estranged from Jehovah and his imperfect but faithful family. It reminds us of what a wonderful blessing our spiritual home is. This is the February 2024 edition of JW Broadcasting.
Yeah, bring that to front. Yes, that's what I wanted to do.
When I was young, one of my favorite desserts was my mother's sweet potato pie. It always tasted the same. To me, it was perfect every time.
Oh.
I'd often ask her, "Ma, what do you put in here to make it taste so good?" She'd always respond, "I just use the same stuff every time." In other words, number one, she wasn't going to tell me. And two, she had a recipe that worked, so she never changed it. Well, the Bible is like a cookbook, full of recipes that work, that can make our life spiritually successful. Please note how Paul explains the benefits of these recipes at 2 Timothy chapter 3.
Okay, this is the first problem that you've got to identify is when they use the text to justify the text's existence. I do understand that for people who are involved in this sort of religious rhetoric, the text is the ultimate authority, okay? The text is the ultimate authority. And so you want to say that we can justify the text through the text, but that's just not how it works. It's just not how it works. You need to have you can't use the text to justify the text. Like you can't. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And I understand why they do it. Again, they do create a lot of their own material, the JWs. They create a lot of their own books and that sort of thing as well, which their one and only source for their interpretation of the scripture is themselves. They don't have any outside influences that they're looking at. And I do understand that that is true for most religions. But again, this is why I wanted to use religion. Sorry. But again, this is why I wanted to use religion, and in particular this religion, to discuss this, because when you are trying to look at the way anyone communicates with you, so if you try to have a look at the way your government communicates with you, if they rely on their own authority to justify their authority, I mean, that's just illegitimate, isn't it? I don't know why. I'm literally scratching the skin off on my hand right now. It's so itchy. Anyway, and this is like one of the reasons that, throughout history, people have used the Bible to justify their religious texts, to justify all kinds of actions and things like that. But in particular with religious organizations that don't want to use any outside sources at all to discuss their beliefs, it's generally because they can't deal with any outside criticism. I first started hearing about awful stuff that JWs were doing to their own members when I was in high school, when I was a little baby JW. And the reason that I was able to ignore it all so much was because I was constantly being told at the meetings that they were the only source of authority. They were the only source of information that I should be listening to. And again, this is propaganda and it's dangerous. And people want to say, okay, it's their religion, it's their faith. Their faith is actively, their religious leaders are actively telling them to ignore any criticism of them and to ignore anyone who's got anything bad to say about them at all, or anything. But they don't look at even, it's very noisy out there suddenly. They don't even look at anyone who says anything. I mean, they will look at positive news articles that talk about, oh, look how great the JWs are. But they don't point to any sources outside the ones they create. And a really good example of this is the date that they believe that Babylon fell. Now, there is the date that Babylon fell according to academia, according to research, according to archaeologists and historians. What day was it that Babylon fell? Let me have a quick look. And if you're not an XJW, if none of this makes any sense to you, then don't stress at all. When did Babylon fall? Here we go. When did Babylon fall? 540 BCE. When did Babylon fall according to JWs? Here we go. It claims that secular historians make conclusions about 587 based on incorrect or inconsistent historical records. Hang on, I'm just going to see if I can share this screen quickly. Share screen. Yep. Here it is. When did Babylon fall? Let's share that quickly. So, yeah. So the JWs claim that secular historians make conclusions based on incorrect or inconsistent historical records, but accept those sources that identify Cyrus' capture of Babylon in 539 BCE. Now, this is important. They claim that there's no evidence of this being inconsistent, but 587 as the fall of Babylon is widely accepted. And it's widely accepted the same way that evolution's widely accepted. We may not be able to prove the theory beyond any sort of, but so anyway, that's right, 607, I remember now. So the historical record tells us that Babylon fell in 587. The JWs believe that it fell, 540. There you go, 539. So where are we? Okay. So yeah, Cyrus's capture of Babylon in 539. They agree with that date, but they disagree with the 587 BCE date, which, whatever. They believe that it fell in 607 BCE. And the reason that they believe that it started in 607 is because they have this prophecy, this weeks for days prophecy that calculates the fall of Babylon with the reestablishment of the religion here on earth. And that date is 1914. Now, when I was first told about this, my first thought was, okay, so if it actually fell in 587, then what date if we calculate from then instead of from 607, what date does that get us to? What happens then? And why, like what thing must have happened in the organization then? Like, I was like, oh, I've discovered something exciting and interesting that I can share with people. No, they're just full of shit. Anyway, anywho, but again, they believe that they're the only source that's worth listening to on this stuff. So,
17.
oh, sorry. Yeah, we're going back to Paul. Again, using Paul to justify why it is that we're looking at the scripture.
All scripture is
everything.
inspired of God
And we're
and
not looking at any
beneficial for
external
teaching,
sources.
for reproving, for setting things straight, for disciplining in righteousness, so that the man of God may be fully competent, completely equipped for every good work.
Oh my God.
Sometimes
so
the recipe
so
from God's
boring.
inspired word comes in the form of a Bible example. As we study that example, we extract qualities and attitudes that we can imitate. Other times, there's a list of qualities, such as the various aspects of the fruitage of God's Spirit mentioned in Galatians chapter 5, or the list of positive things to consider at Philippians 4, 8, and 9. And of course, there are numerous.
Now, I'm not at all saying that if you look at these scriptures and you read the fruits of the Spirit listed in Galatians, which are love, joy, peace, long-suffering, kindness, goodness, mildness, faith, and self-control, if you look at those fruitages of the Spirit and you try and cultivate those personality traits because you think they're good things to have, I'm not judging you. Like, I also believe it's great if we have self-control. Like, I'm not anti self-control. I just do think that it's absolutely fucking ridiculous that they act as though we need this. We can't have these things unless we follow the Bible, unless we follow what they say about, religion, about what God wants for us. And that's what frustrates me about the JWs is they really don't. They won't admit, or I suppose they won't really examine the fact that they are full of shit. No, they don't really examine the fact that there are plenty of people who are living out there, who are living great lives, who are having a great time without the aid of this. And again, whatever you want to have, whatever faith you want to have, whatever religion you want to have, whatever spirituality or belief that you have that helps you in your life, great. And like I said, like the fruits of the Spirit and things like that aren't bad things to follow. Having self-control is great. Showing love for each other is wonderful. I'm not anti any of those ideas, but they propagate this idea that if you aren't a follower of theirs, you are incapable of cultivating those things on your own. And this isn't this is just like any other sort of self-help jazz out there. The only difference is once you decide that you no longer need this sort of self-help jazz, they cut you off from everyone you've ever known. Like they excommunicate you from their religion. I've been excommunicated from this religion. I've been disfellowshipped. Oh, well, I wasn't actually disfellowshipped because I hadn't been in attendance, and I never had a meeting. They disfellowshipped me. They disassociated me without a meeting because I ran for political office. And you're not allowed to do that. You have to remove yourself completely from the world in that sort of sense. You can't engage with politics in any way, shape, or form. And you're actually not even supposed to engage with the legal system in any way, shape, or form as a Jehovah's Witness. If you have issues with your entire community, everyone you interact with are JWs, to the point that most of my clients when I worked as a travel agent were witnesses because they would all come to me because I was the only travel agent they knew. There was a witness who'd come and do the window cleaning. There was a witness who'd come. Like, your entire community is just surrounded by these people. And when you leave, if you choose to leave, if you choose not to follow it anymore, you get completely cut off from everybody because they are a very insular sort of community. So I do think that it's a lot more damaging than any other sort of self-help information out there because of that, because of the way they treat people who do want to leave, who no longer want to participate. But as I said, these ideas aren't groundbreaking. Like the idea that being kind to other people and having self-control, those things are going to serve you well in life. They aren't radical ideas, but the witnesses want to present them as though they are, and as though the only way you can cultivate these things is with their help. Like, they haven't even been around as long as these ideas have. Like, obviously, they were written in the Bible thousands of years before these guys sprung up into existence.
Numerous Bible principles that we can use to help us make good decisions.
How do I make it move?
Meditating on and applying these principles, qualities, and examples can be a recipe that contributes to spiritual success. Let's consider one example. It's recorded in 1 Peter chapter 3 and verse 8.
God.
Take note of the ingredients. All of you have unity of mind, fellow feeling, brotherly affection, tender compassion, and humility. This is a recipe of 5 beautiful qualities that contribute to our spiritual success.
Whenever they say humility, these people think God talks directly to them. Like, what kind of humble business is that?
How so? Let's discuss the ingredients. Peter first mentions unity of mind. The footnote says, think in agreement. So we must think in agreement with one another, but especially with Jehovah and his organization.
Okay. We must think in agreement. We must think in agreement. This is one of those statements that I would hear and go, oh, that sounds a bit culty. They probably didn't mean it that way. They just mean that, we need to make sure our thinking is in line with Jehovah's, with God's. But here's the issue. They always say that there are conscious decisions and there's these black and white, and you've got to study so that you understand God's thinking on things so that you can interpret it. The same way, I guess, I would tell a student who was reading criminology and wanted to know Marx's opinions. Like, if you want to know Karl Marx's opinion on the criminal justice system, you can't figure that out by just reading Karl Marx, because he doesn't talk about that in the text a lot. Like, he's just not something that he wrote about a lot. But you can read Marx's philosophy. Hang on, let me just shift this a bit. But you can read Marx's philosophy. You can read what he said about other things in the way that the world worked and work out how he would have felt about it. So, for example, I can tell you through a thorough examination of Karl Marx's work and like Eagles and Hegel as well, that generally the idea is that we would have less, like, crime is time and space dependent. I talk about this in the video. Crimes are what we say they are. We choose how we handle crimes. We also choose what a crime is. We could simply decide that we're going to examine why the crime happened instead. Like, why did you do that? Okay, let's, on an individual level, address you and your individual needs. You shoplifted from Woolies. Instead of locking you up, we're going to look at why you did that, because you don't have stability, you don't have food, you don't have housing. We're going to take care of those things instead. And now that you're in a better position to no longer do those things, we're going to say to you, now we want you to make restorations, each from their ability according to their need. That's the foundation of Marx's ideology. Each from their ability according to their need. So you don't have the ability to do any sort of restorative justice if you're still struggling, if you are still not able to get yourself out of that hole. So we have to take care of that first. We have to take care of the person's ability to care for themselves and their community. And then we can ask them to apply themselves to the restorative practice of making amends for the crimes that they've committed. But we can't do that while people are still struggling and still in a position where they are likely to go and commit crime because they haven't had those needs met. Now, people, whenever I talk about this, they always go, what about violent crime? What about this? What about... Watch my video that will be coming out later in the week, because I actually address all of that in there, just how bullshit these arguments are. What do we do with the rapists? They're saying, like, we're not doing anything about the rapists at the moment. Like, you all seem to have this idea in your head that we're out there catching bad guys and locking up rapists. No, we lock up kids who steal food. We don't lock up rapists. So, yeah. Let's just get that out of the way. Anywho, very culty. Getting on with it.
In what way? The latter part of Isaiah 30:15 says, "Your strength will be in keeping calm and showing trust." That's exactly what the faithful slave has done. So let us have unity of mind with them and have the same calmness and confidence in Jehovah as we face personal challenges in our life. In 2 Kings chapter 4, a Shunammite woman is mentioned who had confidence in the prophet Elisha. She suffered a terrible tragedy in her life, yet she remained calm and showed trust in the man of the true God, Elisha. Her example of trust in Jehovah's representative is worthy of imitation.
No.
In fact, there is an expression she uses in chapter 4.
Okay. This is one of my pet peeves. They do it every single video. Actually, I should definitely have put it up on the bingo. And when I work out how to share the bingo with you guys, with you all, I will. But they do this constantly, where they will use people's individual tragedy as a way to bolster the mythology of their religion. And when they start talking about biblical examples of people who've struggled and maintained their faith, next minute, they're going to pull out modern day examples. We're going to see interviews now from people who maintained their faith and stayed calm and done all those things despite having struggled because of, great tragedy, it's tragedy porn. It's persecution porn. It's persecution porn. It's tragedy porn. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. And it makes me think of the hearts and prayers, the hearts and prayers. Oh my God. Hopes and prayers. What did she say? Oh my God. Oh God, I need that clip. I need that clip of Queen Charlotte. Thoughts and prayers. That's what it is. Thoughts and prayers. So helpful. All the fucking thoughts and prayers are so fucking helpful. Great. So oh God. Hey, can I speed up this video? I want to do it on like 2 times speed.
4,
probably not.
That conveys the level of trust we want to have in Jehovah and his earthly representatives today. Let me tell you about this woman. She and her husband lived in Shunem. Elisha would regularly make encouraging visits with them when he was in that city. Elisha appreciated their hospitality and wanted to do something kind for them. What would he do? Well, verses 14 through 16 of 2 Kings chapter 4 indicate that she did not have a son and her husband was old. So Elisha told her that the next year she would be embracing a son. Well, as Elisha foretold, she gave birth the next year. But unfortunately, something drastic happened. The child grew up and one day went out to work with his father. In verse 19, the boy complained of a headache, which led to his eventual death. Oh my, what would this woman do? This was her only son. Well,
God, I really wish I could
she
just
had
fast forward.
confidence in the
Like
man of
double
the true
speed.
God, Elisha. So she says to her
Double
husband
speed, they're
in verse
rambling.
22, "Send me, please, one of the attendants and one of the donkeys, and let me go quickly to the man of the true God and return." In verse 23, her husband asks, "Why are you going to see him today?" In other words, what can he do for us? Note her response at the end of verse 23 and verse 24. However, she said, "Everything is all right." So she saddled the donkey and said to her attendant, "Go quickly. Do not slow down for me unless I tell you to." So this calm, trusting woman rides about 19 miles or 30 kilometers and finds Elisha, and he ends up resurrecting her son. Her trusting relationship and association with Elisha had given her confidence. Although she experienced a tragedy, she knew that everything was all right. Elisha's faith and confidence in Jehovah helped this devoted woman also to remain calm and confident when facing adversity. At Isaiah 41:10, note Jehovah's
Oh,
assurance.
this is so boring. I don't know
Do
how
not
I
be
managed
afraid,
to listen to
for
this
I am with
shit
you.
weekend after weekend.
Do not be anxious, for I am your God. I will fortify you. Yes, I will help you. I will really hold on to you with my right hand of righteousness. So let's work hard to have unity of mind with Jehovah's organization by keeping calm and showing trust in Jehovah and being confident that with Jehovah's help, everything will be all right. That's a beautiful
But
ingredient in this recipe for spiritual success. At 1 Peter 3:8, Peter next mentions three more ingredients. They
But-
are aspects of love:
okay,
fellow feeling,
when good things happen, it's the truth. When bad things happen, it's the truth. So if God rewards faithful people, if all you've got to do is like, what do we do today when our kids die? Like I've got a kid who's got a pretty serious medical condition. And when he was first diagnosed with it, I was a member of this religion. And I said from the get-go, if anyone knows about the issue with the blood, then they probably know what I'm going to say, or they probably know what I'm talking about right now when I say this. But I said from the get-go that any medical decisions relating to my son would not involve the church. It would be his doctor's decision. His doctor, who was a medical professional, who knew what the best way to handle my kid's medical condition was. And I lived in a state where it was explained to me that that was how it worked. The rights of the child superseded the rights of the parents when it comes to medical care. And so the state had the right to take away my parental authority to choose my son's medical care, and they could care for him as needed, basically. And I was very happy to hear that. Very, very happy to hear that. And that was probably the start of me really waking up, because I thought, well, if I've got so much faith, if I really, really believe in this afterlife so strongly, why am I so willing to let my kid possibly be barred from ever entering it in order to keep him here with me now, in order to keep them here with me now? And the only thing I can say is that Like, losing a kid is horrendous. It's awful. Like, I would not wish it upon anyone at all. But to sit there and sort of say that, I just find it really disgusting, especially right now with the context of what's happening in Palestine with the, they're calling it the graveyard of children, the situation there. Yeah, I'm not. I fucking hate. It irritates me. This shit
Brotherly
irritates me.
affection, tender compassion.
God.
These aspects of love convey empathy. Empathy is the ability to understand.
Right up until you tell them that you're not sure you believe that Babylon fell in 607 BCE. Right up until then. Like, what were these? Let's just go back a couple of seconds. Hang on.
A beautiful ingredient
I didn't want to go
in
that
this
far.
recipe for spiritual fellow feeling, brotherly affection, tender compassion.
All right. So particularly this like brotherly affection, tender compassion, out the window the minute that you admit that you maybe aren't sure that you believe in this bullshit. Fellow feeling, brotherly affection, tender compassion vanishes. Do you know what? When I left, I had people messaging me telling me that they were so sad, but if I ever wanted to come back, they would definitely be willing to talk to me again. Like, oh, fuck. Fuckity fuck.
These aspects of love convey empathy.
Oh, my God.
Empathy is the ability to understand and share the feelings of another. As this system draws to a close, Satan will try to divide us from within. So, love for our brothers and sisters and empathizing with one another will become ever more important.
Empathy.
It will serve to unify us.
Empathy.
Think of the empathy of Jehovah's organization. We all have personal challenges, but so do our overseers.
I know I'm supposed to be breaking down the propaganda and not just ranting about the bullshit of this video, but empathy is not a word I would associate with this organization. Empathy is not in any way, shape, or form. Oh, no. That is not something I would associate with this organization in any way, shape, or form. God, no.
Those taking the lead in the organization here on earth.
God.
Some of them have lost loved ones in death, just like us. Some have experienced sickness and anxiety, just like us. We love them for their empathy. Think about the heavenly part of Jehovah's organization. Since Satan's rebellion, Jehovah has been disappointed, saddened, angered at the actions of imperfect men. These are real feelings that our empathetic Heavenly Father possesses. Jesus experienced similar disappointment and sadness as he also saw the rebellion of Satan, Adam, and Eve, and what's resulted. In fact, Jesus' understanding became deeper when he became human and began to experience human emotions. The April 15, 2002 Watchtower article entitled, "Empathy, Key to Kindness and Compassion," mentioned 3 ways.
See what I'm talking about? He's referencing another one of their publications to back up his argument about why their religion is the best. So this is what I'm talking about. When I talk about the propaganda, they aren't providing us evidence. They're reading a story from an old book, and they're then telling us that they have this compassion, this fellow feeling, this brotherly affection. No evidence of this has been provided to us, like other than this story that we read. Now he's appealing to an article that they wrote themselves in their publications talking about this same subject. So he's done a lot of talking. Like, he's been talking for, only 11 minutes. God, I've been talking for an hour and he's only been talking for 11 minutes. My God, I don't really need their help, do I, to just live stream all day, every day. But he's given us no evidence. He's shown us no examples other than the storybook that he's trying to use as his ultimate authority, which you have to prove to us that is an authority first before, like, his audience, he's assuming that his audience already believes that the Bible is the ultimate authority. But this is on a public platform where anyone can go and click on it. Anyone can watch these videos. You do have to explain why you think the Bible is the ultimate authority. And they've provided no evidence for that. Like, as I said, yes, if you want to use these things to help guide a good life for yourself, whatever, like, I'm not going to judge you. But he's telling us that we should listen to him and his organization without giving us any evidence outside of a dusty old book that 2 dozen, 3 dozen other religions all also use as their ultimate authority. So again, no evidence why his interpretation is any better than theirs. And second, he's now going to appeal back to their own material to justify, to try and explain why we should have faith in this. Like,
we can sharpen our sensitivity to the needs and feelings of others. The first, listen. By listening carefully, we learn what problems others face. And the better we listen, the more likely they will open up their hearts and reveal their feelings.
Again, this
Second,
isn't bad advice.
Observe. Not everyone will openly tell us how they feel or what they are going through.
But he's acting like this is the only place we can get this advice from.
When a fellow Christian needs encouragement or some practical assistance.
I can link to a dozen different psychologists on YouTube.
Use your
imagination.
imagination.
Content and
the most powerful way to stimulate empathy is to ask yourself,
decades and decades
if I were in this situation, how would I feel? How would I respond?
And why we should
what
try
would
them.
I need? So, fellow feeling.
But this is literally just like they're telling us that their book, they've based their entire religion on a book, just any old book. Like, I'm going to start a religion based on this book, and I'm going to write a book review on this book, and I'm then going to use that book review of this book to explain to you why this book is the ultimate authority. Now, this book has, like, how many pages of I was going to say, how many pages is this book? Is just, God almighty, how many? So from page 241, just as an example, from page 241 to page 273, so 32 pages in this book are references. 32 pages in this textbook. 32 pages in this textbook trying to explain some of the difficulties that we have in our communities today. 32 pages in this book are references. It's a 250-page book, and 32 of those pages are references. Like, if you want a book to base your life off, there are better books.
Brotherly affection and tender compassion are aspects of loving empathy.
All right, I gotta go
and are valuable ingredients to our spiritual success and will benefit others. The final quality highlighted in 1 Peter 3:8 is humility. Why do we need humility? Because we need to trust. Trust in Jehovah and his organization.
Okay. Now, I want to point something out in the way that he's framing this, just to make it really clear what's happening here, because I feel like sometimes the more subtle aspects of the way they communicate their ideas get lost. So he's talking about, now, what are we up to? We're up to 12:49. So let's just 12:32. Let's listen to that again and see if you can pick up what I'm about to say.
The final quality highlighted in 1 Peter 3:8 is humility.
Humility.
Why do we need humility? Because we need to trust.
Why do we need humility? Because we need to trust. Their basis for why we should believe everything they say is because the Bible tells us, but the Bible is again used by dozens of other religions. There's nothing that makes these guys stand out from any other religion around the world, from any other cult around the world, right? Like, what is it? When he says that we need humility because we need to trust, what he's saying, and this is something that I was told a lot when I was in the religion, is you can't lean on your own understanding. You can't go and do your own research. No, you need to be humble. If you think that you know better than us, it's because you lack humility. Why do you need humility? Because you need to trust us. You need to trust what we're saying. You need to blindly follow and trust what we're saying. And if you don't, then you're not humble. You think you know better. You think you're cleverer than us. He's used no evidence. We've got nothing to tell us at all whatsoever that we should be listening to these guys over anyone else. Everything they've given us is pretty just mainstream paint by numbers advice. But now they're going to tell us that in order to be truly happy, in order to truly be a good person, we have to have this quality of humility. And this quality of humility, why do we need it? Because we need to trust who? These guys and whatever they tell us. Most of the rhetoric that they feed their followers, I'm just going to most of the rhetoric that these guys feed their followers is just trust us, dude. Just trust me. I got this. Just trust me. Do what I tell you because I said so. And in a second, you're going to hear him say exactly that.
Trust in Jehovah and his organization requires humility, not relying on our own strength or wisdom. Humility helps us to cope with whatever God permits. When we face anxiety and pressure in our life, we may yearn for.
And the reason that they use that as well is because, again, we can point to the fact that, the woman in the example that you just gave from the Bible there, the prophet Ezekiel, the example where he resurrected the kid, she didn't have to deal with the death of her child. Why do I have to deal with the death of my child? Why are you questioning God? You need to be humble. You need to have humility and trust in us and what we're telling you. How did I sit there for so many meetings listening to this stuff going, oh, that sounds a bit culty, and not just put two and two together and realize, oh, that's because they're a fucking cult. What the fuck? Oh my God. Oh my God. I just. One watching. If you want to like the live, guys, if you want to like the stream, share the stream, let other people know that we're here. Feel free to do that. If you want some links to resources and things, let me know. I can pop those down in the chat. I am going to pop the link to the Discord down in the chat so that if anybody wants to join the Discord, where are we? Invite friends to hurling into the void. Copy. Join the Discord. Where are we? Banners. Comments. Let's just post a comment. Join our Discord. Join our Discord. There we go. Should I change the invite link to just say Tamara? Would that make it There's a Discord chat too. If you guys want to chat on the Discord and be part of the private chat, then you can join the Discord to do that. But yeah, I can't believe that I sat there and listened to this propaganda and didn't put two and two together. So as I said, you need to have humility. You need to be humble, because if you're not humble, then you're going to think that you know better than us, and you need to have complete faith and trust in us. As like 240 pages, 250 pages, 30 of them references. He's provided us no evidence, but wants to tell us, do as I say. Do as I'm telling you. Anywho. Now where is the Discord now that I've said that, everyone? I'm like, everyone, come join the Discord. Is there a way? I do need to work that out. We are live on the YouTubes. General. How do I don't know. Okay. Let's just keep watching for a bit longer and see what else it
Immediate
says.
relief. But humility helps us to trust that Jehovah knows precisely when and how to act in our behalf. So we wait patiently. Jehovah always responds to our needs in His time and in His way. Humility helps us to admit that Jehovah's thoughts are vastly superior to our own. We recognize our limited discernment in comparison with Jehovah's all-encompassing perception. He sees things we do not discern, and thus we trust that His way of doing things is always best. So, as the Great Tribulation approaches, humbly trust in Jehovah and His organization.
God.
1
Just
Peter
trust us, dude.
chapter 5
Just trust us.
and verse number 6 says this: Humble yourselves, therefore, under the mighty hand of God, so that He may exalt you in due time. Brothers, there is no better place to be than under the mighty hand of God. Humility is a beautiful ingredient that helps us to remain there. So, what were the ingredients in our recipe for spiritual success? First was unity of mind. Be at unity with Jehovah's organization today by keeping calm and showing trust. In the words of the Shunammite woman in 2 Kings chapter 4, when facing adversity, always know that with Jehovah, everything is all right.
Oh my God.
Second was fellow feeling, brotherly affection, and tender compassion. All aspects of loving empathy. Remember, we're all in this together. The celestial chariot is empathetic toward what we face and will respond to our personal and organizational needs. Finally, try always to include humility in your recipe for success. Humility requires trust. So, trust that Jehovah's way of doing things is always best.
Oh my God.
Psalm 119, verse 105
Again.
says
Okay,
that the
again,
Bible
he's given us
is
no
a lamp to my
evidence. He's
foot.
given us nothing. It frustrates me so much, because imagine a politician saying this to you. Imagine, in order for an organization to be able to ask for this carte blanche faith, it has to prove that it is worth it. Where my dude? Where my guy? Like, Anywho, like, I just like and subscribe, guys. Share the video. Like, do all of the things. Oh. Oh my God. Feel free to share the live. to StreamYard. Yeah, okay. Now, I find it, I don't know if I can keep listening to this, to be honest. I've only been talking for an hour and a half, and he's only been talking for what, 20 minutes? Has he been even talking for 20 minutes? 16. He's been talking for 16 minutes, and he's driving me fucking bonkers. He's driving me up the wall. He has driven me completely up the wall, and he's been talking for 16 minutes. Fucking hell. Again, this idea of humility is, and he said it, like I told you he was going to say it, and he said it. Don't lean on your own understanding. Don't think that you know better than us. Just trust us. Just trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. Sources, trust me, bro. And I do get really frustrated by that, because you'll have so many people who'll tell you not to question the elders, not to question the organization. But again, the only evidence that they offer is from the text itself. Like, they don't have any outside sources. They don't have any real evidence. Fuck off. Go away. Sorry, my phone just started ringing. I don't know why it did that. It's very annoying. But yeah, like, their sources are just trust me, bro. Trust me, bro.
And a light for my path. So take time to consider a portion of God's word each day. As situations, decisions, and challenges arise, search for the right recipe, Bible example, Christian quality, principle. When you do, Jehovah will light up the path ahead of you and help you to be spiritually successful. We've seen that the Bible's recipes can make our life spiritually successful and help us improve our relationships.
We've seen?
In the following
that it
interview,
can? What do you mean we've seen that it can? You've provided no evidence. You've read some scriptures that said it could, but you've provided no evidence for that. You haven't even given us any modern day examples. You haven't even shown us, an example of two people who were really struggling, and then this helped them. You've actually provided no evidence. You've given us no examples other than have humility and trust me, bro. Like, literally, the last thing you said on this topic was we need to have humility and just trust what the organization is telling us. And then you tell us that we've seen all these. You've provided no evidence for that. What are you talking about? We've seen nothing. We've seen nothing from you. I don't understand. I just struggle. I struggle. Sources, trust me, bro. Literally, again and again and again.
Applying a recipe of Bible principles can also undo the damage caused by poor decisions.
Okay, so they are going to give us a real life example. Now, I am just going to let everyone remind everyone that what we're looking at today, we're trying to examine propaganda from a non-partisan lens, which is why we're looking at religious material here. But again, we do see this from politicians, from leaders. You know, we have right now with the campaign that's happening in the US, we're seeing people claiming different things, seeing them claiming that one guy's done this thing, one guy's done that thing. Like, they make all these kinds of claims, but there is nothing to back that up. We have the claim, we have the assertion that's stated, and that's it. The assertion is stated, nothing to back it up, no evidence other than trust me, bro. Anyway, I do hope it's pretty obvious why I wanted to look at it is pretty simple to see, right? It is pretty easy when you have someone going through it like this with you and pointing it out bit by bit. It is a bit easier, I think, to see and understand when we're talking about the way that this rhetoric is used. And again, it is used a lot by the media. The media is not nonpartisan. They do have, depending on who owns them and who the reporters are and what their personal beliefs and things are, all media has a lens through which it's interpreting events, right? And this is no different. This media has a lens that it's interpreting things through, and is a very and I do find it interesting because it does mimic a lot of right-wing media in the sense that there is no call for evidence for a lot of these claims from within the group, within the in-group. So all of the claims, like nobody who is watching this who is a JW is asking for evidence. There are no claims for evidence coming from within the in-group, which is why I think it's so important to really examine what they're saying and just on the face of it, look at how ridiculous what they're saying is, because the in-group don't care that there's no evidence. They're not looking for evidence. And it's the same thing when it comes to politics. If you are blindly following a political organization, which most people do, and I include Green supporters in this. It frustrates the hell out of me when I am critical of the party that I am a member of, and people claim that I'm trying to tear it down from within. I'm just like, why can't we be critical and ask for evidence and ask for proof from within our own party, the groups that we belong to, that we are members of? And most of it is because it's set up as in-group versus out-group, and that's a very, very strong message that comes from within the JW organization. We are the in-group. There is an out-group that are always trying to attack us, that are always trying to get us, and that is the basis. That is why we can't question any of this. That is why we have to just have blind faith and blind trust, because if we don't, then we're giving the out group, we're giving the enemy ammunition. If we ask for evidence, if we show doubt, we're just giving the enemy ammunition. And I see this repeated in politics a lot as well. So if you ask your leaders and you ask your membership body, why why do we do certain things? Why are we participating in this? Like, what is this supposed to get us? Like, again, you're seen as being almost destructive to that group, and it's ridiculous. It's just absolutely fucking ridiculous. The conversation has just gotten so. Anyway, let's look at
We
their
graduated in
testimony.
June, got married in July.
This is their
had a
testimonial.
child in November.
So it was a happy time.
At one point, 2 witnesses knocked on my door, and they showed me Psalm 83:18. God's name is Jehovah. They offered a Bible study, but my study only lasted 2 to 3 weeks.
We got a car. We started going to parties, starting to smoke, have drugs, getting drunk. We did all these things that really tore our marriage apart.
We thought moving away from our town and our old associates would help. It was worse than ever.
Baseball was more important to me than even my wife.
I had a real problem with headship. There were times when I felt like I was smarter than him.
Okay. I'm laughing so hard at this because I had this exact same problem. I was cautioned, I was warned so many times about the lack of headship that I had for my now ex-husband, who was cheating on me and just an absolute emotionally abusive asshole, and who is doing therapy and is doing great so that he can be a good father to our kids. And I'm not at all gonna, diss his efforts that he's made since then. But I had this conversation with him the other night where I said to him, do you think I'm smarter than you? And he just stopped and went, absolutely. No fucking doubt in my mind. You are 10 times more intelligent than I am. This is why. Because one of the things we used to argue about a lot was the fact that he would leave all of our kids' medical care up to me. He would leave all of our kids' just like discussions with their doctors, with their school, like he would leave it all up to me. And I used to get really frustrated, just be like, it's weaponized incompetence. And we were having this discussion the other day because we're separated, but all of that stuff still falls on me. Our kid was just in hospital again over the weekend. I was the one in there dealing with it all right up until checkout, at which point he came and grabbed all the bags and everything. But I sort of said to him, why is that? And he's just like, because you're so much better equipped to deal with all of this stuff than I am. Like, if we could go back in time and start our marriage over again, without the JWs involved, and you could be the head of the household, and I could be like, just go home, go to work, bring money, do as I'm told, I'd be a lot happier. Like trying to say that one person or another in a relationship should have some sort of authority based purely on their gender it's more than ridiculous. Like, it's beyond ridiculous. And it's a pretty big issue within the religion because it does happen over and over and over again. Like, it happens constantly. Oh, I don't know. I feel like, I don't know. I feel like maybe I don't have the stomach for this particular discussion at the moment. Like, I'm feeling a bit queasy even just thinking about it. Like, it's bringing back some. Oh, far out. Maybe we should do this with political content instead of religious content because I'm feeling a bit what's the word? I feel like I'm getting the sweats. I'm feeling it's hard going back and listening to this stuff that was a source of so much pain and heartache and so many issues for me for so long. You know? It's not easy. It's not easy. So, anyway. Oh, God. Oh, God. All right, should we press play again? Should we press play again?
So I felt like I
Try
could
not
make a
to.
better decision than he could
And you
make.
probably could. I know I could.
In time, Jana.
And this also frustrates me a lot as well because in my parents' case, who are still actively involved in the religion, things were going really fucking shit for them. Like, we were expecting them to divorce any fucking minute. Like, me and my siblings, we were not expecting their relationship. Like, they were having a hard time. And then my mum turned around and went, no, I am taking control of the finances. I am so sick and tired of this situation. I'm so sick and tired of just trusting you and leaving it in your hands because it made her ignorant to a lot of the stuff that was going on in the household. And it left him in a position where he didn't necessarily know what to do either, but he was trying to be a good head of the household and making these decisions that landed him in a lot of fucking hot water. Like, a relationship, regardless of what it looks like, regardless of whether it's between a man and a woman, whether it's a same-sex relationship, where if it's a polyamorous relationship, it needs to be a collaborative effort. It needs to be a collaborative effort. And this patriarchal idea that these religions espouse, that we should just, like, one person should be in charge and it should be the person with the penis, and the only two people allowed in the relationship, one has to have a vulva, one has to have a penis, and the one with the penis is going to make all of the decisions. That isn't just harmful to people with vulvas. You know, that's also harmful to people with penises. Like, my father has been dealing with so much pressure and so much stress for 20 odd years, nearly 30 years, nearly 30 years, 27 years they've been in that cult for. God. He's been dealing with that all that time when he could have instead had more of a collaborative relationship with his partner, who, let's be honest, is probably a lot smarter than him. Like, my dad's an intelligent man. I'm not at all saying he's not. Like, he is whip smart. And my mum has this idea in her head that she's not in any way, shape, or form. But all of my siblings are insane levels of smart. And we know that most of that actually is inherited from your mother. So I am not the smartest one of my siblings by any means at all. Like, no, like, in any way, shape, or form. I will tell you that right now. I would say that I'm probably the most well-read of any of my siblings, and I probably have better pattern recognition than any of my siblings have. But I've got a sibling who is a teacher, one who works in the medical field, one who operates and manages a massive business, and they all do absolutely fantastically in their field, all like stars in their respective fields, what they dedicate themselves to. I am not. I don't have what they seem to all have. I think that maybe they inherited that from our dad, and maybe I didn't get that particular gene. But they're doing great. And in every single, like, I'm looking at both of my sisters' relationships. Oh God, I would hate if either one of their partners was in charge of their relationships. Like, they're no longer a part of the religion. But if either of them, like, especially if my sister, who is, I think all of my siblings watching this will know who I'm talking about when I say this, but my sibling who is probably the smartest of us all in terms of just that, brain works a million miles an hour. The sibling who's probably the most intelligent of any of us has the partner who would very willingly and openly admit, he, the male in that relationship, should not be in charge in any way, shape, or form. And it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing to admit that there are, like, you're going to have different qualities. You're going to have different things you can bring to the table. This is why relationships should be collaborative. They shouldn't be hierarchical, because you're going to have different things you can bring to the table. Now, my sister, who is the most intelligent of all of us, who is so whip smart it makes my head hurt, is the most anxious fucking mess you'll ever meet in your life. Could not function in the real world if left completely to her own devices. And I think that comes from that, like, she's just that fucking smart. Honestly. She could not function without her partner. She could not function without him. She absolutely fucking could not. They have different qualities that they bring to the relationship that make them work so fucking well. But if he stood up and tried to take the lead in that relationship, we would all just be like, motherfucker, what do you think you're doing? Like, that is not going to work at fucking all. So imagine then those two being in this religion telling them that it doesn't matter. None of those things matter. None of their individual attributes matter. It's all about making sure that they just follow what the religion says and tells them to do, that they do what they're told, and that he's the head of that household, regardless of what they feel that their positive attributes might be, regardless of how they feel that they might best be able to manage as a couple. Imagine them being told, sorry, that he needs to be in charge and she needs to learn her place and take a back seat and just be humble and quiet. Like, that would be fucking disastrous. That would be a fucking epic disaster for them. No two ways about it. But here we're going to learn about how it just made everything so much better for these people. Now, me trying to do this led to my divorce. So I'm kind of grateful for that, because I did try. I tried to be the humble, trusting spouse.
Left me for another person. And that's what really hurt me.
Is the volume loud enough?
Zana had a hard time with drugs and so forth. That's when I got custody of the kids.
I decided at that moment I was done.
Yep.
And Jehovah popped into my head. I remember.
Okay, so now we're talking about someone who has a substance abuse issue, which is a health issue.
Getting down and telling Jehovah, just show me what to do. I went through the telephone book and looked up Jehovah's Witnesses. They gave me a book, a family life book. I showed him that book. And I told him, had we applied this in our marriage from the beginning, our marriage would have never broke up.
My mind was going, really? Really? But I see she was doing things in a spiritual way.
Yeah, really? Really? What evidence do we have for that? Like, she's stating it, she's asserting it because she believes that there are some issues that she has internally she needs to work on. And this text has assisted her to do that. This book has, like, again, this is what we talk about. We talk about the fact that they assert things with no evidence. She's asserted that following this book would have helped them in their marriage. Their marriage wouldn't have broken up, but she has no evidence for that. She's given no, where is the external, there's no external source that she can provide for this. What is that? Do I have to turn this off? Oh, that's why it's not been working properly. Oh, damn it. Okay. Why is that not working? I do not know. Anyway, whatever. Oh, God. She's got no evidence. She's made this assertion. She's now told him that he should join this cult too because it's going to save their marriage.
She stopped doing drugs.
Great.
And
Awesome.
I just
she
saw
got help
her
for her health condition.
Mannerism change.
She got
in
help
that
for her
short
health
period
condition.
of time. Things got better and better. And then I started studying the Bible with Zana. That's when things start clicking.
Hey!
One of the scriptures that helped me to rebuild our marriage is 1 Corinthians 11:3.
Now, I do feel like I should put a disclaimer, a warning up, because I do know that you've got your own issues with this. But yeah, we're discussing religious propaganda. I'm so glad that you decided to join today. I really am, because I have missed you. I have been in hospital with my child, and I'm now free. I mean, I'm not I'm not complaining. I love my child. I will gladly spend all day, every day with him wherever he is. I can't pin your comment. I don't know how to work it with Discord. No, me neither. I did try. I did just try to do the live through the Discord and the Discord chat originally, but I couldn't work that out either. I have got it set up. So I'm actually on StreamYard. I'm on a third-party site, and I've got the chat on the side here, and apparently it's linked to Twitch, it's linked to the YouTube, and it's linked to the Discord, apparently. But I can only see comments from the Twitch and the YouTube. I can't see any comments from the Discord. But that could just be because there aren't any. So who knows? Oh, thank you for joining me today. But anyway, yeah, I am unfortunately talking about religious propaganda, which is, horrendous. Absolutely horrendous. So, I can work Twitch easier for sure. Oh, perfect. Yep. So you can jump onto Twitch. I don't know what the link is for that. I don't know what how to same handle on Twitch. Yes, Tomorrow versus the Void on everything. Yeah. Yes. I'm going to put you a comment up on the page. Is this where I'm supposed to be? Is this where the watching spot is? Yes, it is, Emery. This is where you're supposed to be. This is where everyone should be on a Monday. No worries. See you soon. On a Monday, on the first Monday of every month, examining religious propaganda. This is where everyone should be. Next Monday, I'm going to do this with some political propaganda. Next Monday, I'm going to actually review. Do you guys have you seen the new? Sup? Hey. Sup? Not much. How you going? Have you seen the new Nemesis, the new ABC documentary that's come out on the LNP split that happened between Turnbull, ScoMo, Dutton, like that whole drama? I'm going to review that next week. So if you do want to actually look at some actual political propaganda, we're going to do that next week. I wanted to start with something that was a little bit tamer and a little bit more obvious to point out, just as a bit of a, oh, you can't see the video over here. What? Oh, damn it. No, it's probably not your skill issue, I would say. I would say that that's definitely more of a me issue. Because you are live, view on Twitch. Let's have a quick look. Continue to Twitch. Because I suck at this. I'm not that great with all of this stuff. So, oh, no, it does say that I've got a video up. Mod view. I can make you a mod. Then you can edit stuff and see and figure out mod. How do I make you a mod in this? Oh God, I don't know how to do any of this. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Five guests to your stream. Oh no, you don't want to. Oh, unless you do want to do that, you are absolutely welcome to join as a guest if you want to. I'm going to follow you on here so I don't lose you. Chat settings. Slow mode. Show moderation actions. How do I add a moderator? I know this is what you guys all watch for, don't you? You all watch for me fiddling around with my stuff, trying to figure out how to fucking do it. How do I add you as a moderator? Okay. Nope, I didn't want to do that. Whoops. I have no fucking clue what I'm doing. Like, none whatsoever. Oh my God. All right. Sorry. Advanced. No. Go to the chat. How do I add you as a moderator? Sorry, no idea. No idea. To my oh, hang on, wait. What did you say? Welcome to the chat room. Oh, yeah, my skill issue. Talk to my iPad or gravy. So you around my town now or no? Oh, no. My darling kid was in hospital over the weekend. sorry, I got to mute. There we go. Yeah, my son, my child was in hospital over the weekend. And sorry, I keep gendering my kids, and I try not to gender them because, you know, who knows if they're going to appreciate that when they're older. But yeah, operation was, oh, that's a bit of smashed glass. Where did that come from? That's a worry. It was just sitting there on the table. That's weird. So surgery was on Friday, just got out of hospital yesterday. And so I'll be up this weekend coming. I'll be up, hopefully, if everything goes according to plan. But I will definitely, I'll give you a buzz. I'll send you a chat before before I head up there, so that we don't miss each other. Here we go. Coolest of beans. The beans are indeed cool. The beans are indeed cool. All right. So back to this propaganda bullshit. Oh, I don't. Again, this is their evidence. Their evidence are these people who were struggling, who found this information helpful, like any good self-help book. I found the teachings of Rousseau and reading his philosophy really helpful for my own mental health. Time to trigger some religious trauma. Let's go. Yep, that's what we're doing. So Rousseau, his idea of the individual of the self, he talks about how we're all wearing masks, we're all a part of a performance, we're all on a stage performing our role as a human being, as an individual in our society. But sometimes we get lost and we forget that we are also a member of the audience. We cannot remove ourselves completely from society, even as we perform and act to what it wants. And I found this concept really helpful for my own mental health. Like, this was a real turning point for me. And that's what philosophy is. Philosophy is self-help. That's where it started from. That's the whole general idea behind it. I found this idea for me very helpful because I have often felt like, again, being on the spectrum, being autistic, I didn't understand the cues and the codes. And growing up in this religion, I was constantly just trying to follow the rules, and the rules were constantly changing. The goalposts are constantly changing. You're constantly striving. You're never, you know, you can never just rest on your laurels. You're constantly having to work at it. And I found that very difficult. It always changed. There was no rhyme or reason. Like, the rules would change from one week to the next in this cult, honestly. So yeah, I found that very difficult to grapple with, obviously. But reading Rousseau really helped me, because being able to conceptualize myself and understand myself as also being a member of the audience means that I'm allowed to also enjoy my performance. I can perform for me too. I can perform my individuality and my self-expression in a way that is entertaining or fulfills something in me. And the audience doesn't matter. Like, I am part of that audience. And so if I don't care what 99% of the audience think, because I never really have cared what 99% of the audience think. If I'm only really worried about the people that I care about and whose opinion matters to me, and those people, they're going to like me no matter who I am, right? Like, those people, they like me for me, apparently. They've seen something in me anyway that they like, that they're drawn to. I don't have to keep playing a role for them. I can play the role that I want to play. I can be the person that I want to be. And that was a real turning point for me, you know, that was very helpful for me in my mental health journey. For anyone who doesn't know, I was actually hospitalized. I was on the mental health ward in September last year. I've had a pretty epic bit of breakdown. Basically, we're dealing with burnout. It's fine. It's going well. But the point is that this religion is one of those reasons that I was constantly feeling burnt out, because you're constantly working, you're constantly striving, you're constantly trying to live up to this idea of what you should be. And it's constantly changing. The goalposts are constantly moving. And again, you're told, don't question, just trust. Like, that's one of the things that we touched on earlier. Don't question, just trust.
Art is my head. I am not the head. Knowing that everybody but Jehovah has a head, I view that as a protection. Now I don't have.
Replace, anytime they say Jehovah, replace it with the faithful and discreet slave. Replace it with the religious leaders of the organization. Because Steam Similar Journeys, hang on, sorry, I can't read it, it's too small. Steam Similar Journeys, I've seen and experienced people go through with self-exploration of gender, about the performance of gender. I like how that's able to be applied more broadly. Lots to think about. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I think that's one of the things, one of the reasons that religions like this are so harmful is because you're constantly, like, one of the things they teach you a lot in this is put on the new personality, which is just, like, cults speak for behave the way we want you to behave. But it is really difficult. It's really difficult when you have been socialized from a very young age to understand that part of your role is to be judged, especially as a woman. Part of your role is to be judged on your performance of this performance of gender expression being letting him take the lead and being submissive and being humble. And they always have one of these talks at the conventions as well, a women mind your place talk at the conventions. And I remember the last convention I went to, the last meeting I went to, the last assembly I went to, they had one. And I couldn't even sit and listen to it because it was right after the Safeguard Your Children talk, which went for half an hour. The talk went for half an hour and it boiled down to dress your children modestly if you don't want the pedos to get hold of them. And I turned to my mum and said, that's what they decided was important. That's what they decided to cover. And she said, well, they can only cover the basics. They only had half an hour. And I turned to her and said, Mum, they literally could have written a 3-day program on this topic if they thought it was important enough. That's how important they thought it was. And that's the advice they chose to give. And that was a real eye-opening moment for me because of the lack of evidence that was supplied. I thought to myself, there are, and again, having kids myself at the time, my children were still really young. My daughter was literally a baby, couldn't talk, wasn't saying a word. I was holding her still at these meetings. And yeah. Yeah. And what was I saying? I forgot what I was saying then. Oh, right. So I'd been doing a lot of other research in how to safeguard your children. And I was learning things like pedophiles, the pedos don't just groom the child, they groom the whole family. They try to inculcate themselves in the parents' lives and in the children's lives. They try and make things easier for the parents. So I was on high alert for it because I had young kids. This is something that we'd experienced in the church. Like, this had happened to my family. It was something that was really horrendous, dealing with it. Okay, yeah, no, tapping out for this topic. Fair enough. I'll come back in about 5 minutes. Not even 5 minutes, like 3 minutes. And I'll be over it. But I was doing my own research on how to protect my children during that time because it was something that I really cared about. And so then to sit there in a meeting and watch them boil down their summary of all of this information that's available, of all of the advocates we have out there on this topic, of all of the research that's been done, to summarize it in half an hour and boil it down to dress your children modestly, I just found absolutely abhorrent and disgusting. And that for me was the eyes falling off moment, and realizing that it wasn't just a matter of them sounding culty and sometimes saying cultish things. They are just a cult. Like, they are a cult. They are a cult, and they don't look like, and one of those reasons is because they will not examine any outside information whatsoever. Any outside information that comes from anything outside the faithful and discreet slave, that source is considered coming from Satan, literally. They won't examine anything. Like, you can see these people right now studying a text written by the Watchtower Association using only the Bible as their only reference. Again, this little book I picked up for some light summer reading has 30 pages of references, and these books have none. These books have absolutely none. Okay. I'm moving on.
I have to make decisions on my own.
Oh yeah, don't make decisions on your own.
Galatians chapter 5, verse 22
on your own.
23, that helped me to show love
I should put a
to be
trigger
a
warning
better
up, but I don't know what I'm going to
husband,
discuss because I just keep discussing all kinds of
a
shit.
better father, and I always treat her like a lady, listen to her viewpoints and things like that.
I remarried Arthur on April 2nd, 1979. I would tell someone who is struggling in their marriage now, apply Bible principles. Apply them.
Okay. The fucking fruits of the Spirit. Yes. Yes. We had a big discussion on the fruits of the Spirit earlier in the stream. Okay. Now, I have seen many, many, many relationships that should not have stayed together, forced to stay together because of this kind of rhetoric. Now, I am glad that this worked out so well for this couple and that they found the self-help that they needed to help repair their relationship. I'm not saying, again, if you want to use this as a self-help tool, great. To base your entire, and again, like the difference is with a self-help book, you apply the things in your life that work for you. You might go back and revisit it and do some other research. There might be some other reading that you do to help you understand it a bit better. Like in reading this book, I fell down a Hegel hole and spent 3 weeks deep diving Hegelian philosophy because Alex Hornos phrased it in such a different, interesting way that I hadn't seen before. It made me re-examine what I'd known of Hegel in the past. And Hegel was the precursor to Marx. A lot of Marxist ideology sort of has its foundations in Hegelian ideology. So I found this, like, the master-slave dialectic, the master-slave dialectic. That's sort of the one that I'm sort of referring to there. But I fell down a rabbit hole of following. If I unpin that, I don't know how to unpin it. Sorry. Oh, God. Unpin. There we go. I still don't know. There's no room here for nuance or flexibility or critique. So very all or nothing, which tracks with this way of thinking and interacting with the world. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It does. And that's why it's so problematic as well, because I can read this book and I can find some fascinating points that make me re-examine things and make me think of things in a new way, which it very much did with the Hegelian dialectic, and particularly his idea of the Geist, I found, and the idea of the Spirit, I found fascinating. After reading this, it did give me a very different perspective on his work that I've been rereading a lot of his stuff as a result. But I can do that with this text that has 30 pages of references. You can't do that within this religious framework. You are not allowed to go looking elsewhere and examining other texts and trying to get a broader understanding of the points being discussed. You can't even go and read philosophy and try and get some of your ideas on how to live a life from the philosophers, who, and Hegel believes that we as we attain knowledge, as we gain better understanding and more knowledge, we grow to becoming godlike. We grow to becoming more spiritual. So these are people. He's considered one of the last. I can't think of the word right now. But these are people who had a very deep biblical belief, a very deep spiritual belief, who are writing a lot of this philosophy. Not all of them. Again, there are plenty out there who aren't. But they were allowed to be critical of their beliefs. Like a lot of the arguments against why you can't just decide and prove that God exists from the Bible come from philosophers who had a religious belief in a God figure. The idea of being able to criticize your religion, your religious belief, is something that has, and being able to criticize any organization you belong to, being able to criticize the political party that you belong to, being able to criticize any organization that you give your time and attention to. That's natural. That's normal. The idea that we have to accept or else, that's cult think. That the whole idea of have humility and just trust and do as we say, that's cult think. And it's very fucking dangerous. Yeah, and absolutely, I cannot agree with this comment more. There's no room for nuance or flexibility or critique. So it's very all or nothing, which is dangerous. It's not good. It's not good. And unfortunately, we see the same thing happening in a lot of the political propaganda, particularly around the US election at the moment. It's very all or nothing. It's very there's no room for criticism. Like how you can't possibly criticize Biden because then you're just saying that you're a Trump supporter. Like what? What? This is how we ended up with Biden in the first place because anyway, moving on. Let's just as I said, I've been watching this
We
for 2 hours
learn to
and
be
it's
a
only been going for
family
20 minutes.
with Jehovah. And that's why we can deal with the problems that we have to face every day. The second time around is so much sweeter with Jehovah in the picture.
Amazing,
Again,
isn't it?
I'm glad.
How
I'm glad for these
learning
people
and
for their
applying Bible
example.
principles and keeping Jehovah in the picture made such a difference for Art and Zaina. That's
Again,
why we exert ourselves to bring God's word
it's
to
a
as
self-cleaning
many
thing.
as
Yeah.
possible.
Any ideas of getting external or alternative viewpoints? Yeah. Oh, where am I? Any ideas of getting external or alternative viewpoints is taught within this framework as being unholy and doubtful. Yes. Yep, absolutely. Yep. You have to detach from it or else risking engaging with unholy and unclean things. Absolutely. And like we were talking about earlier as well, they push this idea that humility is a fruit of the spirit. Being humble is central and a core idea to being a good person. And he tied the idea of humility to trust. Earlier in the broadcast, he tied the idea of being humble to the idea of trusting the organization and what they say. So it's very much if you are doubtful, if you are murmuring against the organization, if you have anything negative, any negative critiques or anything, then yeah, absolutely, you're being you're not displaying humility, which is a problem. We all need to display humility, and 100%. It's attached to ideas of hell and Satan and the demonic, and I think it's very problematic that we're seeing this same rhetoric being used in political discourse. It really fucking is. Sorry, I can't because the chat's so small in this. I have to like put your comments on the screen to be able to read them. I'm sorry. Purity culture and self-cleaning rhetoric reflects in progressive spaces about politics. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. And it's almost like we're terrified. We're absolutely terrified of criticism because any criticism is like a chink in the armor that the other side can attack us, right? If we dare to admit that we have anything that we need to work on. And it's one of the reasons why I just want to run as an independent so I can literally just stand up there and say, no, I don't fucking know everything, but I am willing to actually go and ask the experts instead of pretending I know everything. And anyone who disagrees with me, just like shooting them down as a detractor or, as coming from Satan. Yes, we're using we're using religious propaganda today to try and use it as a framework for examining and understanding political discourse. I actually think I might, Emery. I've been asked to run by the Greens, but I think I want to run in the upper house. And they've already done their pre-selection for the upper house. I know. They keep asking me. But I know if they don't, run for the Greens again. I honestly I'm laughing so much about this for anyone who doesn't know. I actually got the last time I ran for the Greens, I got PTSD, diagnosed PTSD. And I honestly, whenever I think about it, oh, that's not good, is it? What's that? That's not good. I just got a little warning sign. Yeah, under the Greens. Yeah, so no, I am thinking of possibly running at the next election in an upper house seat, mainly because I just think it would be really great to have someone out there, regardless of whether or not you're going to win, because winning doesn't necessarily mean getting the seat. Sometimes it just means, making the conversation reflective of what people are actually experiencing out there. I was really hamstrung in my ability to speak on issues that were important to me when I was running for the Greens. So, yeah. But yeah, making it what's the word? Oh, I don't know. I'm so shocked that was your experience. Try not to be quite so sarcastic. I'm so shocked you got PTSD from that cult-like political group. And this is the problem with most political groups, to be honest. Most of them have this same cult-like rhetoric where you can't criticize them. Like, how dare you? Which is why I think using this propaganda with which to examine political discourse is so fascinating, because there's a lot, as I said multiple times on this stream now, it is a lot more obvious when it's this fucking guy, right? Like, all hail the dear leader. Yeah. Yep. How dare you be critical of them? And also, how dare you put your hand up to try and run as an upper house candidate before you've been tapped on the shoulder? Like, you have to be tapped on the shoulder. Like, no, we're not here to fuck spiders. We're here to get fucking shit done, and we're not going to put up with this bullshit anymore. Like,
This includes helping people hear the truth in the language of their heart.
got to be a
I
special
know
chosen
you'll
one.
enjoy our
Yep.
next segment on how a published innovation invented by our brothers years ago has
Oh.
accelerated the trans.
And also on this as well, like the people who get tapped on the shoulder, the special chosen one, like the person who was the special chosen one, the reason I was convinced not to run, I was convinced to stand down, the special chosen one, it's now been determined that they're not allowed to run again because of how abusive they've been to staff in their office. You're so good at keeping me on topic. Yeah. Like, they're not allowed to run again because they've had so many staff complaints about them. They've been so abusive to staff who don't want to speak out and go public and go forward with this information because they don't want to bring disparity on the political party that they support. Again, the same reason that people in the JW religion won't go to the police if they have any issues in the organization. They won't go to the criminal justice system. They won't seek outside help, because doing that is tantamount to admitting that there's a fault in the brotherhood, and you're not allowed to do that. Like, how fucking dare you? How fucking dare you? There we go. Sounds familiar? Yeah. Yep. And again, religions and political parties, I did talk about this a bit earlier in the beginning, that the foundation of the nation state is actually based on religious ideology. Our idea of a nation state came from the idea of the Westphalia Accords through Europe. The idea of having these strong boundaries was to stop the different religious factions from warring. Like, it's got such strong ties to our political system that when people say, keep religion out of politics, it just kind of makes me laugh a little bit. Yeah, let's look to our holy white men founders. Absolutely. Absolutely. And the idea that we should be grateful for the changes brought to us by those holy white men, founders, despite the fact that they came here and destroyed our culture and destroyed our homes and destroyed our way of life and tried to absolutely decimate us completely, where we should be grateful, because, like, I have made this point to so many people as well. And again, I've got a whole other video on colonization and the continuing case of colonization. Why colonization? I've heard so many people talking about colonization in the past tense for Australia when they're talking about Palestine, what's been happening over there at the moment. A lot of people will then talk about what the British did in Australia as though it stopped happening, as though we're not still living under, like, the colonizer, as though it isn't still happening. Like, there are two different groups of people living in this nation that are treated differently. Anyway, like, it's still, colonization is still an ongoing thing. It's still happening. And when they landed here, like, the peak medical information they had when they landed here was amputating shit, and then hoping that people didn't die when the infection let in. Meanwhile, we had the means to cure tooth issues, like cure toothache, cure tooth decay. And we had we had access to medical knowledge and medical information and medical practice that people are dying from tooth infections in the US today. And that wasn't an issue that we had as a population living in Australia 300 years ago. And people want to say that we should be grateful because, again, the white Western supremacy myth tells us that we should be grateful that we've been colonized because it's brought us all this progress. But the first Indigenous man, the first record we have an Indigenous man being incarcerated was in December of 1788 after the white men got here. Like, most of the death and disease and destruction that's happened to our population has happened since they got here. We had a pretty cool, cruisy way of life. Our judicial system was far superior to what we even have today. We are now moving more and more and more towards a redistributive justice. We're moving more towards that framework within the legal system. We are acknowledging the fact that we need to do that. We're re-examining a lot of these, old cures that we heard of and read about, and medical breakthroughs are being discovered as a result of it. And you'll still have motherfuckers coming into my comment section telling me I should be grateful for colonization when it's now taken us, we're still not there. It's taken us more than 200 years to try and gather back what we had before they landed here and before they decided to colonize in 1788. And colonization, as I said, is an ongoing practice. It's still happening here. It is still happening in this country. And I've just seen a lot of people sort of talking about it in the past tense when they talk about Australia. It's willful ignorance. They don't want to be aware because it's easy to deal with the hypothetical person, rather than their literal neighbors. Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, and that's true too. I live in a community that is absolutely sees the effects of this. I live in a community that doesn't have a bulk bill doctor, for example. We don't have easy access to medical care where I live now. And so we do still rely, and I've got an entire apothecary in my kitchen, literally, because we still rely a lot on our traditional methods of healing because we don't have easy access to medical care. Now, my son was in hospital over the weekend. He had surgery. Like, we're not saying that we're not getting any medical care at all, but you do have to go to the hospital. You can't go to the GP. Like, if you've got a weird on your arm, you can't go to the GP and go, what's this weird rash? Like, can you give me something for this? Because that's going to cost you $80. And they'll probably be like, oh, you should moisturize your hand more because it's probably dermatitis. Okay, thanks. Awesome. Like, it's just not a possibility for a lot of people to go to the GP. Like, you either have to go to the hospital to get medical care, or the kids do. The kids, you can take your kids to the GP. So I often, when I take my kids in, I usually just say to my GP, can you refill my script while I'm here? And she does it for me. But, funny, they can be like, it'll take this long to rebuild Palestine, but they ignore how long it's been since literal physical destruction here. Yep, absolutely. I mean, look at what happened to the Jingle Gorge. Look at what happened to the birthing trees in Victoria. Like, it's just
Translation of the good news
I could
leading
just talk
to the
about colonization
greatest
all day.
witness in history.
Jehovah's Witnesses are known for publishing in
Again, I've been
hundreds of
talking-
languages.
I've been talking for like 2.5 hours, and how far into this video are we? Propaganda video, 22 minutes. I talk for 2 hours for every half hour this guy talks.
With a website recognized
We're gonna be
as
here for
the
another
most
2 hours
widely
trying to
translated
finish
in the
watching this
world. But have you ever wondered how we're able to release our literature in print and
Again,
online
you are.
in so many languages at once?
So good at keeping
The
me on
answer
topic.
involves a cutting-edge
I'm just gonna
publishing
turn the
system
volume down a
that
bit.
our brothers developed more than
Ooh,
a breakthrough in publishing called MEPS. But
Mips.
just
Is
what
the
is
volume
MEPS?
loud enough? Is that high
Let's
enough?
find out and see how this technology has helped to unite Jehovah's people and has opened the way for us to give
Brothers.
the greatest witness in history.
Yeah, volume's good. All right, awesome. Now,
This is one thing I will say that this is a pretty good example to me. I like to use these
God's
sorts of
people
examples
have
they
long
give, which they
understood.
do. They often like to talk about, again, when good things happen, it's the truth. When bad things happen, it's the truth. When bad things happen, it's Satan targeting us because we're God's chosen people. When good things happen, it's because God's letting them happen because we're God's chosen people. So they use this sort of success that they've had in this translation work as evidence that they're God's chosen people. Awesome. Great. I see it as an example of what happens when you've got a large group of people, 8 million people are a part of this religion worldwide, who are willing to collaborate and work together on a common goal. What this says to me, like this is the best example, like and I will say, I will talk a little bit about Bethel and what they did a few years ago later on, because they did capitalism kicked a whole can of worms over for them. But people, like, they don't get paid. The Bethelites, the people who do this translation work, the people who develop these programs, who design these systems, who create, they have a common goal. None of them are getting paid. And there are people who go there, who volunteer, give up their lives, their livelihoods, their homes, who move there to be cleaners, to clean for the guys who are building programs and who are out there, like they have a farm where they, like, it is the best example of like a communist utopia. And it's one of the reasons I woke up was realizing that you didn't need God to be the thing that you're rallying around. You could just have people and people's happiness be the thing that you're rallying around, like
Good. The need to share the truth in as many languages as possible.
they have a common goal.
Revelation chapter 14,
No one's getting
verse
paid
6,
for this except the guys at the
prophesied
top.
that the good news would be preached to every nation
But
and tribe
all of
and
these
tongue
hundreds
and
of thousands
people.
of followers
So as
are
far
giving up
back
their
as the
time for
late
free, are doing this for
1800s,
nothing.
the early Bible
The 7
students
guys at the top are
translated
getting
our
all the money.
literature into
Most of
languages
the people
other
who are
than
involved in
English
this are doing all of this
so
work
that
for
people
nothing.
could learn the truth in their mother tongue. But for decades, publishing the good news in many languages was a labor-intensive process. Imagine
I
yourself
hate when they call it the good
working at a
news.
Bethel printery
I
decades
find
ago.
that.
It's
But again, all these
hot
people we're
and
looking at
loud.
aren't
Printing
being
required
paid.
the use of a linotype machine, which turned molten lead into small metal slabs of type called slugs, one line.
And they've been convinced, like they've been tricked into doing this by a cult that's convinced them that, oh, hang on, I got a message. They've been tricked into doing this by a cult that has convinced them that they have to, I'm going to save the world by destroying it. But it just still shows that people are 100% willing to devote themselves, like from each according to their ability, each according to their need. Like they eat together in big dining halls. They work really well together in these situations. It's not, as I said, it's based around a lie. It's based around this propaganda bullshit. Like I'm not denying that. But it just shows that when you do have people who are united by a common goal and there is somewhere that they can go to live that value, they are willing to do it. Like there are people who have lived in Bethel their entire lives pretty much, since they were an adult, since they were old enough to be able to go and devote their time to it. They've lived there their entire lives. So, oh no, another side topic. This is going to be great. Yes. Absolutely, they do. And I was a part of the deaf community, which is actually one of the reasons that I know a little bit of sign language, because I signed in that congregation. I was a member of the deaf congregation. And they do. And the brother who actually did a lot of the Auslan, the gentleman who did it, he had a lot of credit in the deaf community because he translated the Bible into sign language. He translated into Auslan. He translated all of their literature. Like he did a lot of that translation work. And it's fantastic that the deaf community have those resources, but it is propaganda. It's religious propaganda. So I think that the Jehovah's Witness Auslan Bible is the only version of the Bible that has been translated into Auslan, sadly, because it is a version of the Bible that has some changes made to it to fit better in with JW rhetoric, unfortunately. But again, all these
at a
people
time.
working
Workers
towards a common
had to
goal.
meticulously compose pages
And yes,
by
that common
arranging
goal,
the slugs into large metal frames that were
again,
used to make
the common
special
goal
embossed
is to prey
mats.
on the vulnerable
Then
communities
more
to try
hot
and
metal
get more
was
people
used to
to
cast
join
printing
their
plates
religion
from
and
the
join
mats.
with their
And for
yes.
long press runs, the plates then had to be electroplated with nickel to harden them. Finally, after removing any irregularities, the plates were ready to be mounted on a large rotary printing press. Publishing the same material in another language meant repeating these pre-press steps from beginning to end.
Now,
It took months for a single magazine to be translated from English.
Now, there are actually some developments that have been made in modern day printing that were made and were invented by the witnesses that have been very widely used. And one of the reasons that the witnesses were allowed to release some publications in China was because they gave this technology and provided it to the CCP back in the day, I believe. They're not anymore, like they're banned now. But this is just me talking from memory. But these developments, these discoveries that they've made are now more widely available.
Typeset and printed.
Interesting, yes.
For books, it could take years. The days of hot metal were quickly ending. The printing industry began adopting the use of photo typesetting and offset presses. It was time to modernize operations at Bethel and make the transition to computers. But the brothers faced a unique challenge. At this point, we were already printing literature in 167 languages. So we needed a solution that could handle all those languages and more. And not one of the commercially available systems could do that.
Yeah. This is what I'm talking about. This
So in
technology was developed.
1979, a group of
and
brothers and
is now more
sisters
widely available.
were called to Watchtower Farms in Wallkill, New York,
Diversity in these photos is top
to
notch.
develop a multi-language electronic photo typesetting system, or MEPS.
Oh my god.
So we got to work on building maps.
Isn't that the
Some
same guy?
brothers and sisters concentrated on the hardware, the actual circuitry.
Never would have
Other
thought
brothers
working on
concentrated
it.
on the screen itself
What a
and building that.
surprise.
And then others of us concentrated on the software, the operating system, you might say.
The MEPS team designed and built
So we
almost
saw someone
everything.
who had a different
Computers,
different
keyboards,
skin tone.
screens,
Yay,
and
a
software.
token.
They had to. Personal computers with the power needed still weren't available, and wouldn't be for another few years. Another massive part of the project involved creating the fonts, the individual letters used to make up the pages of text. Commercial fonts weren't available or were too expensive for many of the languages needed. So brothers and sisters had to draw each character by hand and scan them into the computer. For some languages, this meant drawing thousands of characters. The software then had to be programmed with all the rules for spacing and
What is very
hyphenation
interesting,
so that words and characters
being all of
could be
the
displayed
women
correctly.
in particular is because they
Just
often will
3
use
years
women
after the project
out
began,
in roles
the
that they
first
determine
MEPS
are
unit was completed
like boring,
in 1982.
repetitive, like they're not very
With MEPS, an operator could
Oh wow,
enter
first mention of
text
sisters
at a
is about
computer
drawing.
workstation
Yeah.
in any supported
any of
language.
the work that they deem is not
After
important.
this, the workstation
So-
could be used to format the
Women aren't allowed to interpret. You wouldn't be allowed to, like, if you worked in the translation office as a woman, you would have to work under a brother because any sort of interpretation work is counted as teaching and women are not supposed to take the lead in teaching. So it doesn't matter that particularly, of course. So it doesn't matter that some of the best interpreters that we have, some of the best, particularly in the sign language groups, I will say this, there was a deaf woman in there who was just absolutely incredible and just the fluidity of her movements and things whenever she was up presenting were just phenomenal. But she was never allowed to be recorded or, do any of that on the videos, because that would have been taking the lead. She had to wear a hat when she interpreted in the hall if she was signing in the hall for any reason. Yeah, that gender split yeah. Yep. And they say it's because, again, that whole thing, we listened to 2 hours of just me ranting about the whole head of the house bullshit based on the fact that you have a penis. Especially being around printing presses, isn't that just more risk that it's going to get caught in the equipment and cause you damage? Isn't it better to have a whole heap of people with everything tucked away?
The text and compose
Making
pages.
jokes.
This approach allowed the brothers to use a single page layout to produce the same publication for all languages. The final pages were then rendered on photographic paper, transferred to film, and used to make printing plates. MEPS didn't do the translation itself. That was, and still is, a job for human translators. But it allowed all the pre-press work to be completed in a fraction of the time. And MEPS achieved something even more important than increased
I like how they
speed
showed
and
the picture of
efficiency.
the two sisters sitting at the
addressed
computer,
a
but
global
didn't say that they were
spiritual
actually
need.
translating because
Even before the MEPS project began, the governing body realized that if Jehovah's Witnesses worldwide could somehow study the same
that is very,
material
very true.
each week at meetings,
languages like French
it
do,
would
they have a lot of
unite them
extra,
as never before.
letters in there.
And it was
and
clear
this
that with
is-
MEPS,
This is actually one of the reasons that women aren't allowed to translate and interpret or translate, I should say, is because you do have to change some of the sentence structure in order to get it to feel the same. Like there's this, they like to have this very poetic way of writing in their magazines. They use a lot of, and they one of the reasons, I think this is why they do this, is obviously because they do this translation work, but you have dashes in the middle of words from one line to the next. That they don't try and keep the words all in the same line. They just let them split, like words like panopticon, which is one word, but they'd have panopticon with a little dash linking them. And I remember when I submitted an English paper when I was in school using that same format, saying, but I'm writing for this journal article which does this. Didn't provide any references or anything in my work because, well, they don't. And this is, you asked me to write an article for a magazine using their same methods, and I did, and I failed. I could have honestly just I could have just plagiarized one of their articles because they, oh no. Yeah, it's I don't know, it's one of those weird things that the more the more I think about it, the more I remember about my life in the JW bubble, the more shocked I am about how long I stayed. All right, hang on.
along with faster presses and other adjustments in production, this could finally become a reality.
In fact, so much time to be saved in this projected
Let me just put
operation.
a banner on.
Someday we may be able to bring out the watchtower in all principal languages, with each dated issue containing exactly the same spiritual food for the brothers all around the world.
Anything happens while I'm gone.
The April 1st,
Oh, if anything fun
1984
happens while I'm
issue
gone,
of the
let me know.
Watchtower
I'll be right
became
back.
the first to be published in multiple languages simultaneously. In just the next year, the number of simultaneous languages grew to 23. And by 2021, the study edition of the Watchtower was being published simultaneously in more than 390 languages. Almost all of Jehovah's Witnesses are now able to study the same spiritual food at our meetings at the same time. Truly a modern-day miracle. Today, MEPS does a lot more than typesetting. It's grown to become a full set of publishing tools. MEPS programming paved the way for Watchtower Library on CD-ROM and contributed to the development of the JW Library app. In fact, the MEPS acronym now stands for Multi-Language Electronic Publishing System because it drives our publishing both in print and online. In the end, the story of MEPS is more than a story of technology. It's one of love. Love moved the governing body to seek better ways to provide spiritual food to people of every tribe and tongue.
Okay, sorry, you can probably hear the kettle boiling in the background. I'm so sorry. Okay, this pisses me off to no end. The whole love, like we have love amongst ourselves. Honest to fucking Christ. Like, every organization that shares a common goal is going to have this fellowship, this fellow feeling. That's not, again, it's propaganda. It doesn't make you special. It doesn't make you special. If you can't provide any evidence, any organization that has a large group of people who share a common belief, regardless of what it is, are going to have this fellowship. It doesn't make you God's one true religion on earth. Fucking hell.
As a result of that love, and with Jehovah's Holy Spirit, we now enjoy unprecedented unity and the ability to preach the good news on a scale never before possible.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. The ignorance is dismissing of as atheistic, let's say that word properly, progressive people. Yes, they ignore how much influence churches and things have because they don't value the information. They don't value the rhetoric. And so they feel like it doesn't have any value. Like, I don't value what this organization teaches people, but I understand why people value it. I understand. I get a similar sort of thing from reading philosophy. I get a similar thing from talking about, politics with people who I know similarly, like yourself, Emery, who similarly care about the same issues that I care about. You can't ignore the influence that people's religious beliefs have on their politics. Like, very good points. Very good points all around. All right. Is the kettle boiled? Have I unmuted myself? Oh, yes, I have unmuted myself. Good. All right, I've unmuted myself. The kettle's finished boiling. Sorry about that. But yeah, and we also can't ignore how similar a lot of right-wing, any political rhetoric in general is very similar to religious rhetoric. That same idea. And the idea as well of keeping it in-house, that's very much comes from this religious fundamentalism, us versus them, which, again, as I said earlier, religious argument, religious disagreement was the foundation of the nation state. So, like, religious propaganda ties in very strongly, with political ideology. Silly people believing in the sky fairy god. Yeah, no. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. And regardless of whether or not, regardless of whether or not, there is a lot of people who mock paganism and will mock other religions that spring up and sort of, but what makes one sky god more valid than another? Again, it's the amount of community support you can get for any of these ideologies, the amount of blind followers that you can get. That's what seems to give them credibility. It's as if they think it's anti-intellectual and therefore it can't be that big of a problem because only intellectuals could pull off truly worrying political movements. Absolutely no. Absolutely. And I feel like this is one of the really good, one of the points I think that Bo Burnham was making in Inside, actually, interestingly enough, which I know we've all had enough of talking about that. Great piece of media. but it's just been talked to death. It's been examined to death. But one of the things that I really loved about that was the idea of how technology has become so influential that now, and the algorithms become so influential that now we write and we design and we create our political propaganda to feed the algorithm rather than to feed the discussion, to feed the discourse, to try and have these discussions about what we should be doing and how we should be doing them. And at least, regardless of whether you believe it or not, regardless of whether you think it's bullshit or not, but at least organizations like this are internally having more meaningful discussions than, a quick 5-second tweet. All right, my kettle's finished boiling, so I'm just going to press play and go make my. I'll be right back.
From molten metal slabs of type to computerized publishing, the development of MEPS has been a real blessing. It's helped unify Jehovah's people, preach the good news in all the inhabited earth for a witness to all the nations. But what if we face a situation where we personally begin to wonder if Jehovah is blessing us? Let's see how lessons from the life of John the Baptist can help us remain certain of Jehovah's love and protection.
I knew this day would come. True Christians expect opposition. But it hurt to see Brother Vasil get arrested.
Persecution porn. I had persecution porn on the bingo sheet. I knew we were going to have the persecution porn. Oh my god. Hang on a sec. What the fuck? Stop trying to get out, Gonzo. My cat's trying to escape and making a hell of a lot of noise. I knew we were going to get the persecution porn. I mean, we get it every single day. They can't have a single talk without the persecution porn. Making a ruckus in chat. Oh no, where are we? Reminds me of populism and politics. Yes. Exactly. When good things happen, it's the truth. When bad things happen, it's the truth. There's a song. There's a song that's been written by a very popular ex-JW YouTuber where he sings that. When good things happen, it's the truth. And when bad things happen, it's the truth. And when good things happen, then bad things happen. Well, that's irrevocable. Can't say these words. Proof. Yep. Good politicians. Good political progress happens because God Yep. Yep. Absolutely. Yes. Absolutely. Instead of looking at it in a holistic method. And I do think this is one of the reasons I think we need to have I know that the Overton window isn't something that people aren't aware of, but this is one of the reasons I do think we need to have more of a discussion about the Overton window, because I think if people understood that what we consider allowable fits into a very small window. What we decide is allowable within the political discourse fits into this small window, but this window moves. So the width and breadth of all political discussion is out here at these really wide extremes, and what you're actually allowed to talk about or what is accepted within serious politics fits into this little window. And this is considered central. So this window can move wherever it wants to, and whatever's considered centrist is just whatever's smack bang in the middle of that window, regardless of where that window moves to. So whenever we have discussions about backward politics or politics moving backwards, we've got to understand that it's because the entire window has shifted, which means that everyone who is involved in that political discussion is playing a part in that window shifting. That isn't the work of one bad actor. Like, oh, Oh, you're making all the points, Emery. You're making all the points. Oh my God almighty. Oh, I'm thirsty. All right. I'm going to try not to get too, aggro. Uh, Part of why Labor is so mad at the Greens. They can't pose as the left side of the window anymore. Absolutely. Absolutely. But what I do think is important as well is that the Greens are trying to hold on, especially in Australian political discourse. The Greens are trying to hold on to their position as the far left extreme party of protest, while also trying to fit within the Overton window of acceptable politics. And you can't do both. You can't do both. And they're trying their damnedest. But this is exactly why, Malcolm X said that he and I actually, Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, their politics really did almost swap toward the end of their life. Martin Luther King became a lot more radical toward the end of his life than I think a lot of people realize. But one of the things that Malcolm X spoke about a lot was the need to have someone like him who seemed radical and insane out there telling people just how bad the situation was, in order for someone's ideas like Martin Luther King Jr., in order for his ideas to sound more reasonable and be more appealing. And so I really feel like this is one of the reasons I don't think there's any point in trying to win an election as a far leftist, to be honest. Because all you can do is drag the conversation a little bit more towards the left. I'm going to run a campaign in the upcoming state election based on everybody gets a house. Like, fuck this 4 houses to the Great Southern Region bullshit in a town with literally 200 unhoused people living in it that we know of. There's a camp literally up the road. Anyway, I just populism, absolutely. And it's frustrating because you just kind of think sometimes if they would just get out of the fucking way, just try it, just fit one of the roles. Don't dox yourself, babes. Yeah. What would I do without you? What would I do without you, Ems? But this bullshit that we have, that we can't do these things, that we absolutely could. Like, if we took all of the money out of what's it called? What are they called? The not-for-profit sector. If we got all that money that we had put into the housing sector, the not-for-profit housing sector, to try and help people with housing, if we took all that funding and all that money and all those properties, if we got all that together and just went, you know what we're going to do? We're going to go and find people who need housing, and we're going to get them housing, and we're just going to get them sorted into housing. Like, you don't have a house. Where do you need to live? Let's get you a house sorted. And we just went through and did that. We would literally solve the issue. Like, we spend so much more money in this country every year on trying to tackle the housing crisis than it would actually cost to just get everyone in a house. We spend so much more money trying to tackle the housing crisis than it would cost to just put everyone in homes. Like, oh my God. Yeah, let's get bloated charity bureaucracy salaries. Yes. When I quit my job, I sent an email to the CEO. It was just like, I cannot work for an organization that is more concerned with protecting the ego of the CEO than it is actually doing any good in the community, because we got given all of this funding. But the CEO didn't want to have to manage this particular housing complex because it was too tricky. And so she gave it up, just like gave it away. It's sitting there empty, 8 units just sitting there empty that people could be living in right now because it was just too hard. It was just too hard for her to deal with. And I really wish I could just fucking dox her. Yeah, so shocked and surprised. Let's talk about the salvos. Let's talk about the salvos. No. We have to talk about this a different time. Like, you keep sidetracking me. I mean, you're the only person here, so who gives a shit what anyone else wants to talk about, right? We can just talk about whatever the fuck we want. It's just us. It's just us. I feel like anyway, whatever. But yes, yeah, 100%, 100%. And we know these things. We know these things, and I focus housing and crime. The link between housing and security and crime is just Is it a sidetrack when we're walking the track together? I don't think so. Walking. Look at you using ableist language. We're traveling. We're traveling the track together. Oh God, I love you so much, Em. You make me laugh so fucking much. Oh, just in case anyone wants to know why that's funny. Oh no, I probably shouldn't. I don't want to dox anyone. But yes, we're traveling the track together. Traveling the track together. You can. Okay. So for those who don't understand the joke, for the two other people who are briefly looking, Emery, who has just said made a joke about walking the track together, is a wheelchair user. So, wheeling the track together, traveling. I like traveling. I like traveling the track together. You're so fucking funny, mate. Honestly, you crack me the fuck up. You're one of the funniest people I've ever fucking met. This is why I'm trying to get you on TikTok all the time too, because I just think you're so fucking funny. But anyway, wandering, traversing even. Oh, I like traversing. I like traversing. All right, we're traversing, going for a meandering through this religious bullshit discourse together. Oh God. But the persecution porn, I said it right from the outset. I was like, what are we going to have? We're going to have like a personal experience of someone who suffered a lot and was only able to come through it because of the Bible. We've already had that. The persecution porn, we've got that. I think we need I think if we get a song, if we get the what do you call it? A new soundtrack song thing, I think we've got a bingo. I think we've got a bingo. This isn't like
After what happened, I was scared to talk about Jehovah.
so what we're supposed to be getting from this scene right now, for those who aren't aware, because again, they make all of this propaganda for people who already believe their shit. Like, no wonder you're not getting any new people come into your religion. Like, nobody understands what's going on in your videos. But he should have done in this instance is he should have informally witnessed to the gentleman. Like, he should have started talking about God to the man next to him, because you aren't allowed to just sit at a bus stop and wait for your bus in peace and quiet and allow others to do the same. You must always be looking for opportunities to talk about your cult and bring others into it. Actually, that's a good question.
Marcos has been looking for work for months. It's starting to feel hopeless.
When good things happen, it's the truth. When bad things happen, it's the truth. Actually, that's a good point. Hey, Emery, how are you with video editing? Oh, yep. Yes. 100%. This is okay. We're going to talk about this just for a second, but what Emery's just highlighted here is a very key, important point for these cults, and one of the reasons they push their followers to proselytize to the public so often, despite the opposition that they get, and even if they get thrown in prison and things like that, because when you are rejected by the world, when the worldly people are hostile towards you, when they reject you, it reaffirms that the only place you can get love and acceptance in this world is within the warm embrace of the church. I believe you could too. I absolutely believe you could. I've been, I don't know if you saw my video on YouTube, but I've been trying my hand at editing videos, and I'm boring at it. I'm just fucking boring at it. I watched a couple of YouTube videos on what's it called? iMovie. Yeah, iMovie is the thing that I use. And I was like, cool, I know how to do this, and I was doing it great. No worries. Like I can do the editing part of it, but I just can't do the creative part of it. Like I'm very information heavy and not very good with the jokes. You're really good with the jokes. See? I'm not funny without you, Emery. I'm boring. I'm boring and, a little bit irritating, I think, for most people. But anyway, let's keep going.
Appreciate
I've
that
got to
he
get through
supports
this.
me in the
Fucking hell,
pioneer
3
ministry.
hours. 3 hours and we're 30 minutes
But
into it. We are for
shouldn't-
every 10 minutes of footage we've watched, we've talked for an hour. Let them try and say that this isn't transformative, honestly. What does it say? Hang on, I can't read it. I burned in open captions to a eulogy I did for a relative that, hey, that's really cool. I would have no fucking clue how to do that, even a little bit. But like your sense of humor just vibes so, like, I just fucking love your sense of humor. And I'm not funny. Like, I'm not funny. I laugh at, like, my people don't laugh when they look at my content. I've never tried to make people laugh. I've tried to make people cry mostly. Cry with how pointless and hopeless it all is.
Shouldn't he focus on finding work?
Oh. No, see, because I can appreciate good humor. I can appreciate good humor. I just what I'll say is I don't have the timing. I don't have the timing. Your timing is uncanny. Like you're on another level. You're on another level. Yeah. These are all, by the way, these examples that were being given in this video aren't real. Like they're real examples, as in these are things that have probably happened to people. But these aren't people who are telling their real life examples. This is a dramatization. This is the dramatization. Oh God, an hour we've spoken for
when
only
I
10
heard
minutes.
Nicole got invited to SKE.
Oh, she's jealous. She needs to learn humility. Of course, because she's a woman.
But as I
Every
kept
single
thinking
time it's a
about
woman,
it,
she's got to learn humility.
I
It's
started
all
to
women ever
feel
have to learn is how to be humble and
empty,
shut up.
disappointed.
The women and the femmes, well, they don't have
Others
femme.
seem to get so
Can't
many
be.
privileges.
You have to be either male or female in this religion, so
Why not me?
there's no other options.
In my Bible reading, I found an example of courage to preach boldly despite opposition.
After I told Marcos how I was feeling, we considered a Bible character who endured with
Oh my
hope.
God.
Jesus.
My brain doesn't stop at all ever about analyzing things in real time, and I'm super quick about it. So it makes people think I'm quick-witted, but it's mostly observational humor. That is quick-witted. You are quick-witted. You are exceptional. You are exceptional. No arguments from me. No arguments about that. That's for sure.
Jesus said, among those born of women, there has not been raised up anyone greater than John the Baptist.
I think it's one of those things as well that people who maybe don't know you read your comment and think you're being serious, whereas I do know you. So
Many that listened to him were moved to repent and get baptized, preparing their hearts to receive the Messiah.
Yeah, so for anyone who's reading Emery's comment,
He even baptized
this is a very
the
sarcastic
Son
person we're
of
talking
God.
about. I'm not laughing at serious points that they're making, I promise.
But as Jesus' ministry increased, John's began to decrease. When his disciples pointed that out to John, he humbly rejoiced at what Jehovah was accomplishing through Jesus.
However, John faced adversity, just like worshipers of Jehovah today.
Yeah, exactly. Very. And I love that deadpan humor. I love the kind of humor that makes people feel uncomfortable. Is that evil of me? I really enjoy the kind of humor that makes people feel uncomfortable. I feel like it's got to make you think. Otherwise, I'm not uncomfortable like fucking what's his face, Dave Chappelle, like not that kind of uncomfortable because I sit there and I inwardly cringe. Like I can feel my vulva folding in on itself when I listen. Like whenever like someone's critiquing Dave Chappelle and it pops up on my FYP, it's just like my vagina goes inwards. My vulva crawls up back inside my vagina and I'm just like, ooh, like just don't put that person on my FYP, please. Like I don't want to see that shit. But like saying I'm shocked and surprised. Yeah, exactly. God, so shocked. So shocked and surprised to hear about that awful situation. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Exactly. Yeah. You know, see, is it the how do you even say that audacity? AUDHD audacity. Pattern recognition. I think pattern recognition plays a part in it because when you recognize I'm just rambling now. I've lost the train of this live altogether. But I think when you recognize I think pattern recognition plays a part in that sort of uncomfortable humor. It's confronting for people. It's confronting for people to be faced with the idea that it isn't shocking that you were treated so awfully by a political group that you got PTSD. Oops, he sent you fully off the rails. Again, we're just meandering along. We're all just meandering along together. And if anyone has a problem with it, feel free to comment and tell us to stick back on track. Like, you know, no one's complaining so far. Greens induce PTSD. Yeah. Yeah, and unfortunately, my favorite color is green. Hence all of the. Hence, I tried to match. I tried to make it match. It matches a little bit. It's as close as I could get. But anyway, yeah, maybe I'll make sage green my colors for my campaign. Hey, get into purple, but don't all of the anti-vax parties and like don't they use purple? I don't know if I want to be mistaken for one of them. I don't want to risk it. Could get into purple. New color. Yeah, reclaim it, motherfucker. Yes. Heliotrope. I'll use the color heliotrope. See, TikTok would never. No, you couldn't. You would get absolutely. And this is one of the reasons I decided to move my lives onto Twitch and YouTube. Even though nobody is over here. Like nobody's over here paying any attention to what I'm saying, but that's fine. I should probably have put it up on TikTok and told people that I was going live over here today. That probably would have helped. I don't know. Anywho, should we try and get back on track or should we even bother? We're on a new track now. We added onto a whole brand new track.
John was imprisoned for boldly declaring the truth. Nothing prevented him from preaching courageously.
But my phone is how I'm recording this right now, Emery.
As time passed
That's my
and
phone.
he remained in prison, John needed
I have
reassurance,
to hook. My phone is the only camera I've got. So
just
I hook
like
it up.
I do.
Yep. Poor hard done by white dude. Oh no. Yeah.
His disciples returned with a message from Jesus.
But my phone's got such a great camera on
Observe
it.
what Jehovah is accomplishing around you.
Maybe I will. Maybe next time I got a spare. Fuck's sake. I told you I'm fucking awful. All right. Oh my God, my jaw's moving up and laughing. Oh yeah. First on, we've got the resurrection, hope of the resurrection porn in there, although we're hitting all the key elements. Dig that grave.
Now I see what Jehovah is accomplishing around me.
This is like what Jesus loved, huh? I mean, he was 33 when he passed. I'm pretty sure he knew some love.
I can imitate
Pretty
John the
sure
Baptist
in Mary were.
and endure with hope.
Again, I don't. He got nasty. He did. She's getting nasty. I am one of those people who do believe that there was a person named Jesus who existed and had an impact on society. Like I believe that. I do believe that. That's that's where my belief ends. I sort of think he was trying to teach us more on this sort of line, rather than that sort of line. But I'm supposed to be dismantling the propaganda, and all I'm doing is laughing at how fucking stupid this fucking thing is. Oh my God. Oh, we're traumatized.
I have so many reasons to be joyful. Among them, seeing Jehovah use others to accomplish
Go
his will.
again! You know what? We could probably take a shot every time we see a token in one of these videos, and we would not even be able to get drunk. We wouldn't even be able to take the edge off.
People need to learn about Jehovah. Like John, I can have courage, no matter what adversity I may face.
Excellent lessons for us all.
One of the things, what a way to go. Yep. Do it on seeing a white dude and die of alcohol poisoning. Yeah. Yep. And the members of the faithful and discreet slave and the governing body don't count because they just don't. Like, there's two of them. There are two people of color on that board, but no women. So they don't count. They've only opened the door a smidge, just a little smidge. One of the things I fucking hate, like cannot stand about this rhetoric, this bullshit, is that it tells people that their safety doesn't count for anything. It's not even just that, you should be willing to take some risks for your faith. It's that you should completely discount your safety at all. Yeah. Yeah. And I find it really infuriating because this has literally led to the deaths of children. This has led to the deaths of so many people. Eternal minded shit. Yeah, exactly. And it's just get people to throw away. And again, if you want to just look at like John Stuart Mill's harm reduction principle, we should allow things that don't cause harm to others. This does. If you're allowing a member of your community, this is going to cause harm to others as well. Like, you're a member of a community, you mean something to that community, you have an impact on that community and on that group, and they need you as a part of that community. And so to just be like, fuck it, I just martyrdom for the sake of the cause, the ultimate testimony. Absolutely. And I do think whenever they bring up people who've died from refusing blood, they there are some kids who've died from having lack of adequate medical care in this religion that are held up as martyrs, modern day martyrs. And have you guys read the child? Have you read the Child Act? The Children's Act. Where is that book? Where have I put it? Oh, it's in my bedroom. It's in my bedroom because I was looking at it again the other day. That's where it is. But it was turned into a movie. But that's about a witness kid who dies because he refuses a blood transfusion. And the movie is, and the book is sort of, it's written, oh God, it's written by, I know who it's written by. His name's on the tip of my tongue. Anyway, the book's interesting because it's written from the perspective of individual belief and faith and freedom and letting people make these choices and what we think of them, because it's the magistrate in this case, the justice in this case. It's a case involving a boy who wants to refuse blood, and the justice has to make the decision. And in the end, the justice decides no, he has to go ahead and have the procedure that's going to save his life because he's a minor. But then like a year later or a few months later, he ages out, he turns 18, and then it's his decision. The court doesn't get to step in anymore, and he dies. He dies as a result of that. But he had started questioning his faith. The boy had started questioning his faith. He had doubts. He wasn't sure about it. He like up until while he was martyring himself, terrible tragedy. Before the justice made the decision, while he was in hospital the first time, he was like fully had his faith. Everyone was coming and saying how proud of him they were because he was martyring himself. He then started to have some shaky faith after, he'd had the transfusion and he'd gotten better. Like it affected his faith somewhat negatively to suddenly be fully healed and fully cured, despite the fact that he'd apparently broken this ultimate commandment that he'd been given by the Lord. And then he kind of tries to reaffirm his faith then by dying. Horrific that the church reappropriates the story as being aspirational. Absolutely. Absolutely. And they do it all the time, There are stories of young kids that this church will share, young kids dying from preventable illnesses, like from preventable causes. And it's one of they hold them up as ruled through fear. Yep. And they lie about it too. Like I've read, again, from studying the law, and it got me so frustrated because they lie about it too. They say that, it's going to affect our eternal life if you no, it's actually not. That's not what they believe. Like they believe that they can't accept it. They have to pour out on the ground, but they don't believe that it's enough to get you condemned to not enter the afterlife. They don't believe that. They think that there's only one thing that can condemn you to not be able to enter the afterlife, and that's a direct sin against the Holy Spirit. And it's like Judas Iscariot is the only person, and Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve and Judas Iscariot are the only three people who won't get a resurrection according to the JWs, because they're the only three people who had all of the knowledge and all of the evidence and all of the understanding and sinned directly against God. So they do not believe that refusing blood will then deny you access to the afterlife. Yes. Yeah. Intense anxiety is absolute. Sorry, I didn't. Judas was necessary for Jesus to happen. Absolutely. But because he sinned against the Holy Spirit, he still isn't apparently getting a resurrection. Yeah. Yeah. So, they outright lie. They outright lie about their own beliefs and their own. And this is what I'm saying about the propaganda, like breaking it down. I feel like we are still breaking down religious propaganda. I feel like we're not that sidetracked anymore. Yeah, what an eternal fucked up way to be used by a loving God. Abso-fucking-lutely. It's disgusting. And the amount of kids, the amount of young kids who've died
One
preventably.
sister was overly concerned about her husband finding employment, but she later realized the
Now
value
he's
of
going to
him
rehash
keeping
what
up
we
his
just watched.
spiritual routine in the ministry with her.
Now we're going to rehash
Another
what we
sister felt
watched.
empty and disappointed, but she learned to rejoice, as did John, in seeing Jehovah use others to advance kingdom interests. And our brother, who faced persecution, learned to overcome his fear
And
and
again, these
speak up.
aren't real life examples, they're dramatizations.
Often in lands where our work is banned, lies and propaganda are spread to justify persecution. But it's not just in such lands
And
where
now
we
they're going to
face
start
false
pointing out
reports,
propaganda.
misinformation, and outright lies. In fact, even though we bear the truth, apostates and others may cast us as dishonest, as deceivers.
Oh,
How can we respond to that unfair treatment?
oh,
Let's listen to
God.
Brother Seth Hyatt's recent morning worship discussion.
Yep. Yep. Yes. PTSD from political parties, the acceptance of the collateral. Absolutely. The lack of real support for people who go into these institutions and are damaged by them. The idea that, you know, like I've got a friend who's thankfully no longer in that situation, but was working for a very abusive senator, a very abusive sitting senator. Not in this state, luckily, like thank goodness, but in another state. And you can't, like, the idea of martyring yourself and just taking that abuse for the sake of give me the deets over DM. Okay, I will. I'll tell you everything. Don't worry about it. But the idea of martyring yourself, of just accepting that abuse, of swallowing it, of taking whatever they throw at you for the sake of the party because you don't want to bring reproach upon the party. The same thing happens in these religions. Like, you wouldn't want to bring reproach upon Jehovah's name. So why would you go and report a crime that had happened? Because the media will use it to bring reproach in the entire organization. It's not lies. It's not propaganda. It's not misinformation. But you don't want to tell them anyway because it's going to bring reproach. So protect our reputation at all costs, regardless of what we do to you. That's very, very, like, we can hear that in the religious what do you call it as well, can't we? I'm going to try and see if I can replying. How do I don't even know how to work Twitch. I'm going to need to do a lesson on that later too. God, 3 hours. 3 hours. I've been watching for 3 hours. Lordy, lordy, lord. And I'm still only 30 minutes. I'm still only 30 minutes through this thing. Can you fucking believe it? Oh God, an hour for every 10 minutes. Yeah, I will absolutely send you the details. Mine is because I understand how the media will handle it and about the left's obsession with moral purity. Absolutely. And again, I will say there is a big difference between self-protection and organizational protection. Like, there are plenty of people who are victims of sexual assault and that sort of thing who choose not to go to the authorities. I mean, myself, I've been a victim of crime many, many times and chosen not to go to the authorities and not to seek retribution that way because it's not, it's not conducive to the community that I'm a part of. It's not helpful. I want to protect my community, and having an increased police presence in the community isn't helpful for that community. But I'm a member of that community, which means it's not helpful to me either. And that's a self-protective thing. I think that's a very different, and my community also protects me. There's also, but I think it's very different when you're talking about people who are forced into silence because of the organization to protect the organization's reputation. Oh, on Goose. Once your phone's free. Yeah. I was trying to do it on. I was trying to figure out how I could do it on Twitch, but I can't figure out how to message on Twitch. Oh, I can do it through Discord right now. Fantastic setup. 10 out of 10. You sarcastic bitch. No notes. No notes. Just get a fucking webcam. You're gonna be fucking choking on coffee. Oh. Oh my goodness me. You're making me choke. I'm getting really sweaty. That's probably because I'm drinking hot coffee. Gosh. Oh, I was gonna say it's not that humid here today. It was yesterday. My hair was like it's calmed down a lot today.
Speaking truth,
It's
though
calmed down a lot.
labeled as deceivers.
Oh.
Have you ever been confronted by a bad report?
Now, I will also just say right now that when Jeffrey Jackson appeared before the Royal Commission looking into institutionalized child abuse, not to talk on this too much because I know it's a triggering topic, he lied outright, and it was so shocking that they had to have a special meeting where they explained that lying for the sake of God was okay to protect him because we were in a holy war. And now they're going to say that when people say stuff about them, they're just lying. Oh, that too now. Nice. Yeah.
A false
Oh my
report
God.
about Jehovah's people.
Insert
It may
whatever
be a
you
newspaper
like
article
in here.
or a segment on the evening news, or perhaps some subject
Okay.
is brought up in the ministry.
And this is the other thing too, because when there are positive news reports about them, which there have been positive news reports about the way they conduct themselves when they meet in large groups. You know, you can have 10,000 JWs meet at a hall, and the hall will be absolutely spotless when they've left because they do have a lot of these communist ideas about community, about everyone contributing, about everyone pitching in and doing your part. So the fact that I've I've seen that kind of thing work for a large organization before. That's one of the reasons that I know we can do it. We actually don't need a government telling us to do these things. Like, people will act in their own best interest, which is collaborating and helping each other. But those positive news reports are taken as proof that they're God's chosen organization because, look, the media is saying good stuff about us. But the minute it says bad stuff, it's Satan. Oh, look, emotionally moved, man. Big deal. Yeah, weaponization of masculinity. Yep.
It could be a broad range of subjects. Our neutral stand, our stand on blood, our adherence to Jehovah's elevated moral standards and appreciation for the sanctity of marriage,
Self-cleaning.
or our insistence on keeping the congregation clean by disfellowshipping unrepentant wrongdoers.
Now, again, disfellowshipping unrepentant wrongdoers, it's not just a matter of saying you're no longer JW. They are completely cut off. They aren't allowed to just talk to, like, no one who is still a member of the religion is allowed to talk to them. I'm a victim of this. Like, I've got friends that I knew for 20 years who haven't spoken to me now in 15 because I left. So, like, this is something that I've got firsthand experience as well. Yet, ruling through fear, this violates the UN Human Rights Council's distinction on, like, we have the right to freely choose our religion and leave it without fear of reprisal according to the UN standards of human rights. I think it's point 11 or something. I have that book here. Maybe I should grab that one and I can actually read it out. Should I do that? In any other context, it'd be understandable as, yes, absolutely. It would be understandable as a form of family violence. And it is, because the family in particular are used as a weapon to punish people who would dare to leave. Now, let me grab this book just quickly. I'm going to move this out the way too, because it's just getting in my way now. All right. Having a quick look. Oh, and this is why it's a protected human right. For exactly that reason. Okay, here we go. Influence of the church on politics and policy and laws and the enforcement of laws. Absolutely. The influence of the church on politics and policy. Like, we try and pretend that these issues are like we can have a political discussion free from religion, that religion should stay out of politics, but it's not. So Article 18, everyone has the right to freedom of thought, conscience, and religion. This right includes freedom to change his religion or belief, and freedom either alone or in community with others and in public or private to manifest religion or belief in teaching, practice, worship, and observance. So freedom of religion and freedom to leave that religion are all counted under the same article, meaning that you can't exclude one from the other. You can't say that you've got the right to practice a religion, but other people don't have the right to freely leave that religion. They're not immutable. It's one thought. It's covered under one thought. Everyone has the right to freedom of peaceful assembly and association. No one may be compelled to belong to an association. That's Article 20. That's Article 20. So 2 articles down, where again, and again, like these 3 articles in particular are covering freedom of expression, 18, 19, and 20. So Article 19, which is the joining article, says that everyone has the right to freedom of opinion and expression. This right includes freedom to hold opinions without interference and to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas through any media, regardless of frontiers. So, just a few human rights being abused by this religion, but they'll call it fake news. They'll call it misinformation. They'll call it lies. It's propaganda. Oh, the will of the people shall be the basis of the authority of government. This will shall be expressed in periodic and genuine elections, which shall be by universal and equal suffrage, and shall be held by secret vote or by equivalent free voting procedures. Nope. Like, none of these rights are protected. Let's not pretend. Secular state my ass. Absolutely. Lord's Prayer in Parliament. Oh, tell me about it. Yep. Absolutely. And the rhetoric that we had in this country when we had the UN is theatre. Absolutely it is. But the rhetoric in this country that we had when we had an openly atheist prime minister in Julia Gillard, the amount of conversation that went on around that. How can we be led by someone who doesn't share in the religion of the country? This country was built in the dreaming. Like, this, what? We've never had a prime minister who shared in the belief of this country. Oh, do you mean the people of this country? You mean the people of the nation state, the illegal operating nation state operating on the land of the Indigenous people? Is that what you're referring to? Far out. Interesting seeing how progressives are only becoming aware of this right now. Yeah, and I know we've had this discussion before as well, Em. I know we've had this discussion before, but when you have been in an organization like this and you've had to do that work of deconstructing a lot of these, sorry, my nose ring is just hurting my nose for some reason. I think the diamonds keep scratching. Anyway. Yep. Oh, they wouldn't join the Security Council unless they had the option to veto shit. Neither would Russia. They had to have the option to be able to veto anything in order to even agree to join. It is literally just a way for them to further exert their dominance and authority over the rest of us. Like, the UN was built in what had become a bit of a bipolar, but it is very much became a unipolar world after the fall of the USSR. Absolutely. Which we are unwinding that a little bit, which I don't think that people in the US are quite used to. Yes. Justice is a farce and faith in the bureaucracy is fucking wild. Emery, have you seen my new video that hasn't even been released yet, that I haven't even edited yet? Because, babes, you're reading my mind. You're reading my fucking mind. The video is called What is Justice? And the answer is a myth perpetuated by white Western. A myth perpetuated by white Western supremacist ideologues. That's what justice is in reality. Like, oh, what the fuck? Yeah, I just keep getting, sorry. I keep getting sidetracked and I keep getting angry.
But whatever the subject, there are some commonalities. Such reports are often characterized by distortions, inaccuracies, and sometimes outright falsehood. And inevitably, they're presented with certainty and surety as though they were fact. When you're confronted with such a report,
Okay.
how do you
Oh, my
feel?
mouse isn't working. Hang on, what's going on?
Disheartened?
Okay. Unlike what they're doing, it's like just stating, they just state things outright with no evidence. Like he's been talking for half an hour and he's done exactly what he's accusing the mainstream media of doing to them. Making assertions, stating things as though they're fact without any evidence, without any... Like, we all hear it, right? We hear it. You're hearing this. This isn't, I'm not imagining it. Of course. This is a very interesting, you've made me think of J.K. Rowling with this comment. I know that that's probably the last thing you want to hear, Emery. I do apologize for that. But this is very much that the rhetoric that it's fine when they're the good guys. The good guys are allowed to break the rules. The good guy, because the rules are only there for the bad guys. And who are the bad guys? And we have the same problem in our criminal justice system. We have this idea that the criminal justice system is just there to protect us from the bad guys, and we're the good guys, so we don't have to worry about it too much. And so then the assumption also becomes that if you've got any interaction with the criminal justice system, if you have any interaction from police, from any sort of regulatory body, then you must be guilty, because only bad people find themselves facing the wrath of the state. This is that mythology. Invoking the turf in comparison to you. No! No. But when people say, oh, can we separate the art from the artist? No, you can't, because this same thing, oops, I just pulled my mic out. Because this same thing, this whole, but we're the good guys, J.K. Rowling uses this same thinking. She uses this exact same thinking. And I think it becomes from her religious background as well, because it's okay for the good guys to break the rules because they're doing it for good reasons, right? Yes. And she does this a lot in her writing. You'll have like two people do the exact same action, but depending on whether they're a Death Eater or a member of the Order of the Phoenix, it's portrayed as either a good thing or a bad thing. And like it's bad, for example, when Draco makes fun of Molly Weasley for being overweight, but it's fine that Harry and the Weasley twins and Ron like just mock Dudley for being overweight. While as a minor, his parents have placed him on a restrictive eating schedule as well. They decide to poison him to mock him for being fat. I don't like the word overweight because I feel like there's no such thing really as overweight. Like, you're just the weight you are. Anyway, it just... So, yes, not comparing you to her, but your comment that you just made then reminded me of her. This is exactly why you can't celebrate the artist from the art, because it's reflected, her worldview is reflected in the art that she writes, and it filters that idea back to us that, yeah, it's okay for us to be mean to bad people. It's okay for us to be cruel to the people who do bad things. And that's why we've got deprivation of liberty centers that aren't well staffed enough so that the kids can actually spend time outdoors on a Wednesday. They have to spend the entire day in fucking solitary confinement. And that's fine because they're the bad guys, even though 60% of those children who are currently incarcerated in Banksia Hill haven't been convicted of a crime. They're on remand. And the large reason that they're on remand is because we only have one jurisdiction for hearing juvenile cases, and it's in the city. So children from all over the state get sent there and get held in this one deprivation of liberty centers while they're waiting for the court to be able to hear their matter. And if they're found innocent, they get sent home. No apology, nothing. It's just like, oh, well, see you later. And sometimes they won't even send them home. They just say, well, you're free to go, and release them from the court, and that's it. They've got to find their own fucking way home. Like, ah. And I think reading Harry Potter is the worst thing. Yeah, the terse moralism of fatness is wild as well. Yeah, absolutely. And I think Harry Potter is the worst thing that happened to this generation because it really does. It paints this idea that bad people are just bad, and there is no, like, again, it's like a lot of propaganda. Whenever we uncover any failing or fault, it's always laid at the feet of just a bad actor. Like, one of the things that I loved about Umbridge and that character was that it showed how it wasn't just one guy who had these wild ideas who was trying to, like, Hitler didn't spring up in a void and neither did Voldemort. And Umbridge is a really good example of that in the text. But Rowling isn't intelligent enough, or she's not willing to examine her own text enough to really appreciate that and grasp that. So instead, everyone who's bad just turns out to be a Death Eater. Like, no meaningful practice here because their morality is underdeveloped and it's linked to bad people are the ones caught and criminalized. The law is inherently moral. Yep, abso-fucking-lutely. Lowercase liberal. Yeah, most of the cells leftist. Yep. Yes. Harry becomes a cop at the end and nothing changes, which again, this is why you can't separate the art from the artist. I don't know what that means. Give me the deets. Oh, no, that's... Yeah, Harry becomes a cop in the end and nothing changes. Sorry, I clicked on the wrong thing and then I went to a different space. Exactly. And this is the rhetoric. This is going back to this is exactly what they're saying, that it's okay for them to do it because they're the good guys. It's not okay for other people to do it because they're the bad guys. And this is, again, in the video that is going to be coming out on Friday, hopefully, I talk about this a lot. This idea that the criminal is a particular person. It's a particular type of person, this idea of the criminal. And we think of them as other from ourselves. And I made a TikTok the other day where I explained, and I was talking about exactly this as well. You asked them to do anything disruptive. I made a TikTok that was discussing the point. Maybe I can pull it up and stream it on here just quickly. Oh no, because I need my phone. Oh no, because I don't need to sign in, do I? I can just go. I can just do that. There we go. Ah. Well, I mean, I can't find my TikTok, but I can find every fucking thing else. TikTok, why isn't it coming up? Like I said, this is so much fun, isn't it? Watching me struggle with my computer. This is why you all come round, isn't it? This is why you all come round. Just to watch me struggle with my computer. All right, here we go. Just continue as a guest for a second because I only made it yesterday. Here we go. Can I share this window? Let me share this window so I can share this. Well, could be Googleable on your phone, but yeah. Fucking. It does have a good camera. Fucking sassy, I tell you. Fucking Greens twisting stats and playing into emotionality to get action for joining their party and volunteering outreach trip. Fine when they do it. Bad when Labor or the LNP do it. Yep. And it is always fucking like that. It does have a good camera. What are webcams for anyway? Not for streaming, obviously. Not when I've got a perfectly good phone right here. Why would I? Let me share my screen quickly. I'm just going to share. Here we go. I'm going to share this quickly, my little screen
I'm not expecting
here.
anyone to know my content. I'm especially not expecting randoms who come across my page to understand anything about my life and my experience. But you really should, if you're going to make comments like this on my page, at least do a little bit of digging. And I apologize for the hair. The humidity is just absolutely insane here today. But if you did any digging into me whatsoever, you would know that I'd experienced homelessness multiple times, relied on services and things for support and to survive through that. Lived in a tent with my 2 kids, put myself through uni. Just all of the fucking struggles that you can imagine. Like, been there, done that, right? Like, literally. And this is one of the things that frustrates the shit out of me, because the way that our services and systems are designed is that they're designed to trap people at a certain level of poverty. They're designed to keep you there once you're there, because we need.
I've been trying to slow it down for my
people
videos.
who are like barely scraping by as a warning sign, as like the canary in the coal mine for the rest of us, to keep us grinding and hustling and not just deciding to quit our job and see what happens, because we see what happens to those people. We see how much they struggle. We see how hard their lives are. And we're like, oh, sadly, yes, the way it's set up. So because many of the comments that I get are actually pointing out the fact that I don't know what I'm talking about, and that's
stupid thing. To be honest with you, I don't know. I was told, I think, no, actually I do know. I grew up in a household with like 5 other kids who all were very loud and trying to get their points heard.
I'm not expecting anyone to know my
same
content.
time.
I'm to break some kind of moral or legal.
Here we go. This is what I was
to
talking
admit
about.
what you've done. They say not breaking any sort of moral code that.
Here we go.
Surely that means anyone can do it. No. Because you expect people to do it by following the rules. You expect people to do it by doing all the right things and not. I'm not expecting anyone.
Oh my God, I didn't even click anything and it just did that. I don't care. I'm closing this. But yeah, I made that TikTok basically talking about exactly this. People often will say to me, how does your mouth feels targeted, to be honest? Yeah, 100%. Yeah. But people will sit there and they'll say, oh, stop. I don't want you to play yet.
Angry?
That you should be able to get ahead just by following the rules, when the rules were designed to prevent us from being able to get ahead. And then if you are able to get ahead through doing whatever it is that you need to do, like, and I admitted to the fact that the only reason I was able to get ahead was through some rule bending and rule breaking, they will turn around and say, you shouldn't have done that. Like, I got so many comments saying that I should be looked into and that's disgusting. And if I was breaking the law, and, you know, if I bought my house and I'm admitting that I had to break the law and able to get the funds to be able to buy the house, which I didn't say. I said I broke the law to get ahead. I didn't say that that's where the money for the house came from. Okay. But I'm being very careful not to admit to anything that could actually get me in any real trouble. But when I admitted to the fact that the only way that I have been able to survive is by colouring outside the lines and living a life that doesn't follow all the rules prescribed, the amount of people I had commenting saying that it should all be taken off of me then, that I don't deserve to succeed because I've had to do it by breaking the rules. Okay. Like, what the fuck? Yep. They say angry. Yep. Fucking, what's his name? Kohlberg, stages of moral development. Yes. Yes. Fucking exactly. Exactly. People want to say that the only reason, and it's infuriating because no one is able to. Like, no one is actually able to. No one is able to. No imagination outside the structures that they're born into. No. Absolutely not. And that is a large reason why I create the content that I do, because I want to challenge people's ideas about this stuff. I want to help people understand the lies that they are being fed. And I have explained, I mean, I have explained in a video I haven't released yet, but I understand how confronting it is as well to be faced with the idea that everything that you have founded your life on, that your entire foundation is shit. It's not worth anything. It's sand. Like, I've been through that. And it's not difficult like finding out your spouse has cheated on you difficult. It's difficult like God is dead difficult. Like your entire, you realize you've been living in the matrix difficult. There's a bodily reaction, like there's a visceral response to it because it is confronting. It's difficult to come to that understanding and realize that you are propping up and supporting a system that is not just exploiting and hurting others, but you too. You are also helping to propagate and continue a system that has been designed to harm you. And like that is it's a very difficult thing to grapple with. Like I understand that people can't just wake up one day and be cool with this. Like it takes a lot of touch points. It takes a lot of contact with this kind of thinking, with these kinds of ideas. It takes, like at least 10, 20, 30 times to have this stuff brought up before you can really grasp it. Like I said, I spent years sitting in this cult saying, God, that sounded a bit culty. They should have reworded that better. Isn't it? Yes, exactly. Exactly. And it goes even further back than that. It goes all the way back to Locke and Hume, not Hume. David Hume was pretty cool. Hobbes. It goes all the way back to Leviathan and Hobbes. It goes all the way back to Hobbes believed that we had no right, and I'm hearing a lot of Hobbesian dialectic coming from people who think we should only ever follow the rules, that there's no reason to break them. But John Locke, literally his whole thing was, if the state gets its authority from the people, then the people have the right to withdraw their support for the state if the state doesn't act in their interests. And the state is the creator of the legislature. And like, it's the balance of, anyway, I rambling again, ranting again, but it's just infuriates me, this idea. And they say it constantly, this idea of humility, be humble and just trust us. I get told that a lot as well. You don't know as much as the politicians do. They have more information. They've got access to more information than you. They know more than we do. Fucking like we're going to watch the Nemesis documentary next week. We're going to watch the Nemesis documentary next week together, so I can just point out how bullshit that is. How bullshit this have humility and trust. It's propaganda. It's fucking propaganda. Oh, hello. Yeah, but like nothing white progressives like nothing white progressives like more than cherry picking and misrepresenting MLK. Yep. Absolutely. He was more radical than Malcolm X by the end of his life. Let's have a chat about violence and its scope of definitions. We've moved far away from where we were, but we're not sidetracked. We are still discussing this same thing. We haven't stopped discussing what we were, we haven't stopped discussing the same thing. I don't know what I'm fucking saying. We're still, there you go, purple heart. Fuck, yeah. So while we might have moved to many, many different topics, we're still on track. We're still on fucking track. All right. 4 hours in and 40
Consider
minutes.
the experience of a pioneer sister
10 minutes that
who was conducting a Bible study. And in the course of conducting the study,
culture.
A woman walked into the house.
Yes, individualism. Yes, individualism likes to frame violence as an instance of contact between two people that's non-consensual. That's what they want to minimize violence to. They want to minimize it to the act of physical assault. That isn't what violence is at all. That is an act of physical assault. But violence is a much bigger, broader definition than that. And yeah, the state, this is what frustrated me as well about the video I made a little while ago when I was in Woolworths and the woman threatened to call the cops on me. Because when I got upset and I kept explaining to her, you've just threatened me with violence, she couldn't get it. I'm like, you're going to call the cops in because your computer's fucked up and I'm sick of waiting for nearly an hour now for you to fix the fucking thing. So you're going to call the cops when I've got proof. I've got proof of purchase. I've got proof I paid. Your computer just doesn't say that I paid. And you threatened to call the cops on me. And she was the head of customer fucking service. And the way she said it too, she was an old white lady. And the way she said it too, the arrogance, she's like, fine, but we'll just call the police. Like it was no big deal. Like it was no big deal to threaten to bring the police into that interaction. And when I got upset, she was just completely mind blown. And the amount of people on TikTok that were completely confused as to what I was saying, when it's like, if the police walked in and put me in handcuffs and chucked me into the back of the car, people would say they weren't violent. That wasn't violent if they just walked in, handcuffed me, put me in the back of the car. But I can't resist because they have the authority to use physical violence against me, but they are physically restraining me. They are moving me to a location I do not consent to go to. I do not want to go. I'm complying because of the threat of physical force hanging over my head. How is that not violent? Like, family and domestic violence includes coercive threats. How am I not being coerced into the back of the police car because I know that there is a threat of physical violence upon me at all times? How are people so dim as to not dim as in the bulbs turned down? I want to be very clear. I've been working very hard at not using ableist language. Got a whole course-wide email sent out after I named a lucky dessert in a group presentation feedback as violence. About being nice about giving feedback. Are you kidding? So this is the thing. We have to be polite even while they are inflicting violence upon us. Otherwise, our methods will be critiqued. And theirs won't be because they're the state and they hold the legitimate means of violence. So they won't be critiqued, but we will. Always, at all times. At all times. I'm going to have to get a webcam. You're right. I am going to have to get a webcam. I will, okay? After this.
Unannounced. She didn't ring the doorbell, didn't knock. And as it turned out, an acquaintance of the student, she walked right in, interrupted the Bible study,
Far out.
and in her hand was a book written by a man who at one time had associated with Jehovah's people. The woman said to the student,
Of course.
"You need to read this book."
Of course.
Well, an interesting conversation ensued, and our sister found.
And it's funny too what you say there, because you'll also anytime you go to try and get outside help or support for any issues like this, the first thing they'll say to you is, did you exhaust all of the internal options? You have to exhaust all of your internal options first before you're allowed to seek outside help in these sorts of situations, when the structures that you're dealing with, the organization you're dealing with, its internal structures have these sorts of issues. They can't recognize their own abusive behaviors. Can't recognize their own abusive behaviors. I'm going to say right now, I do like, this guy has a very kindly face. He has a very kindly face. It's a shame he's in a cult. I think he might be a nice guy if he wasn't in a cult. Yeah. What were you doing your master's in? I'm supposed to be starting my master's in public policy. Well, I'm supposed to have already started it. I'm late, but I have permission to start late because I was going through a divorce. Divorce will be finalized in April, and so I'll be officially starting in April. Oh, contemplating something. Oh, sociology. Yes, I like that. I like that. Well, the reason I wanted to do policy was particularly because I feel like maybe having a better glimpse in that fucking space will help. I can't even move my. Oh God, it's 5 o'clock. I'm going to be going at this all night at this
herself in
rate.
the position of being cast in the role of a deceiver.
Sociology.
How did she handle that situation? And how did the Bible student respond? Well, before we answer that question,
Yeah, that's true.
let's see how today's
That's true.
text and surrounding verses can help us to have the proper view.
I was very lucky.
Look, if you would please, at 2
'cause
Corinthians chapter
I did a
6.
public policy unit in undergrad, and
And
my
notice
professor,
verse
when I
4.
told her I wanted to pursue
Paul
it
says, in
further,
every
she
way,
encouraged me to
we
drop the
recommend
JD
ourselves
to
as
do a master's in public
God's
policy.
ministers. Now, what follows is a lengthy series of circumstances and situations that the Apostle Paul faced in his ministry, and that faithful Christians have faced in their ministry ever since. In verse 7, the words of today's text, we recommend ourselves as God's ministers by truthful speech. Well, we worship Jehovah, the God of truth, and we take delight in that. And as our
He
Watchtower
stumbles when
comment
he
makes
says
the
truth
point,
because he knows he's full of
we're
shit.
truthful in things big and small. We
No, we're
love the
not.
truth. We love telling the truth about Jehovah.
Unless it
So it's
serves us to lie
interesting to
about him.
note Paul's words in verse 8. He
Got an
says,
eternal
through
heart on
glory
football.
and
Yeah, they do.
dishonor,
Yup.
through bad report
Oh,
and
worst
good
thing to
report.
happen to
And then
feminism
this
ever.
intriguing statement. We are regarded as deceivers, and yet we are
Yeah.
truthful.
Jesus was a
Well,
commie.
that's an
Where's that
interesting
truth?
paradox, isn't it? To be truthful and yet
And
cast in
I
the
do find it
role
interesting that a
of a
lot of these
deceiver.
the more right-wing institutions, which
When we are confronted
tell
with a
us
negative
that,
report
oh no,
that
there's no
does
way
that
people can
to
collaborate and
Jehovah's
work
people,
together.
it's good to
They
remember
still have
that
these organizations
Jehovah
where
was the
they run
first
on
target
volunteer
of such an
labor.
attack.
You know,
Look in your
they
Bible at
depend
Genesis chapter
on
3,
volunteer labor to survive. But no, people are
beginning
self.
in verse 1. Now the serpent was the most cautious of all the wild animals of the field that Jehovah had made. So it said to the woman, did God really say that you must not eat from every tree of the
And
garden?
again, there are a
Now, we
dozen
learned
different
something about
religions. There are a
Satan's
dozen
method.
different people
He
who
didn't
will say
begin
that
with a
they have the
statement.
truth,
He
that they
began
know the
with a
truth.
question.
What evidence is he
And not
providing us
just
outside
a
the
question.
text
A
that he's
question that
trying
was
to prove you should
designed
live by? He's
to
trying to prove that's
sow
the text you should live
seeds of
by,
doubt.
and he gives us no
Did
external
God really
sources,
say
no
that? Now, in verses 2 and 3, the woman responds.
trust. Yeah,
Toward the
source.
close of
Trust me,
verse
bro.
3,
Yeah,
she actually quotes
absolutely.
Jehovah's command. You must not eat from it. No, you must
Exactly.
not touch it.
Exactly. They tell us all that
Otherwise, you
we're all
will
going to work
die.
together and we're all going to help each
So
other out. It's
she
all going to be
understood the
great.
command and
But
she
the minute you
understood
start
the
having these sort of
penalty.
positive sentiments where you believe,
But
well, we
notice in
got to
verse
create that
4,
world now, then if we're all
the
so
serpent said
inclined,
to
you're
the
like, no,
woman,
not like that.
you certainly will not die.
No, we want to use your belief in
Now, that was
collectivist
a lie,
action to pull money in our corner.
but it was
That's what we're
presented
doing.
with certainty and surety as though it were a fact.
Okay. He's doing the exact same thing. This is what drives me crazy. He's doing the exact same thing. It was presented with purity and a surety, like it's a fact. That's exactly what they're doing. It's exactly what they're doing. Like that. It's exactly what they're doing. Pots and kettles, absolutely. And I can pull up videos of this same fucking guy even telling us how it's okay to lie because Jeffrey Jackson did it in a court of fucking law, committed perjury. But that's okay because the law has no authority over us. Only Jehovah has authority over us. Like, just fucking.
And then in verse 5, God knows
okay, it was
that in
all
the very
right.
day you eat from it, your eyes will be opened and you will be like God, knowing good and bad.
Okay.
Satan, the father of the lie, cast Jehovah in the role of a deceiver. Jesus experienced similar attacks during his earthly ministry. And the Apostle Paul was labeled by his opposers as a deceiver. So when we're confronted with negative, false reports, we're not surprised.
How do
The
we know?
question is,
How do we
how
know
will
they're
we
false?
respond?
What evidence have you provided that these
Have you
reports are
ever
false?
considered some questions that Eve could have asked herself that would have helped her to make a good decision?
We're blaming
Here's
Eve.
one.
Oh God.
What do I
Blaming
know
again.
about the person who is the source
It's
of
the
this
vulva
negative
holders
report?
issue. It's the vulva holders problem.
What is his motive?
Vulva holders,
Does he have my
they're
best
all evil.
interests at heart? Or does
Everyone
he
with
have
vulvas.
an agenda? And another
Yeah.
question. Before I accept as truth a negative report from someone I don't know, is there someone I do know? Someone I trust who I can talk with and get some good advice? Well, Eve certainly could have
Yep.
talked with her husband, and together they could have talked with Jehovah. And if Eve had asked herself those questions,
So when confronted with evidence that the person who was calling himself God may in fact just be her captor, what she should have done is get her husband, go to her captor and be like, hey, dude, this guy over here is telling me that you've basically just trapped us with, a lot of this childish rhetoric, keeping us here, keeping us ignorant so that we can just serve you. There's greater things that we can know. There's more information out there we could have access to, but you're withholding it from us. What do you think of that? Like, do you reckon you get an honest answer? Like, this only works if you assume without a shadow of a doubt that anyone who's saying anything negative is lying. But you can't prove that by assuming it and then going back to your captor and being like, is this a lie? Yep, exactly. If she hadn't sinned, we wouldn't have all this stuff happen. And all this stuff needed to happen so we all had the opportunity to prove our loyalty and faithfulness. So it's all predetermined, but she did have choices. Make it make sense. That's what I mean. They'll say these two contradictory things in the same fucking sentence and not even the cognitive dissonance where you're not. I can't believe I ever used to listen to this stuff and take it seriously. Like, because this is the kind of talk we would get all the time. Like, literally every meeting, trust the elders, do as they say, obey, obey, obey. I didn't even mean to rhyme. Trust the elders, do what they say, obey, obey, obey. Maybe I should be a poet. No, I shouldn't. That was lame. See, I told you I'm not funny. Annoys the shit out of me. I cannot. I cannot. Infuriating. Fucking
the
infuriating.
world would likely be a much
You're a modern
different
poet. No,
place
lean into it with
today.
confidence.
But Eve
I'll just tell everyone I'm
chose to
fabulous even if I
believe
don't believe
a
it, hey?
lie.
Put on the mask. Do the
How
performance.
about the pioneer sister and the Bible student that I mentioned earlier? How did they handle the situation? Well,
Who, again, we don't have any evidence actually existed. Hello? Yeah, I'm doing a live. Or you can bring it back whenever you want. I'll end when you get back. All right, see ya. Sorry about that. I got a call come through on my computer. Probably on my phone, actually, but because I'm using my phone as a camera. Fucking terrible. Fucking terribly. Oh, God. It's the fucking worst. Oh, I'm so like, God,
The
I'm so
Pioneer Sister
useless.
told us that
Fucking
she
hell.
uh,
Oh, a lot of these examples that they give about these stories they tell as well about these people who do these things, none of them are. It's got a good camera though, so you fuck, you fuck.
reflected on
Yeah,
the fact that
no evidence that these people are even real.
she was a guest in the
FYI.
Bible student's house. And so she felt it would be rude for her to interrupt the conversation, so she chose to say nothing. What did the Bible student do? Interestingly, she asked the woman, "Do you know the man who wrote that book?" No. Do you know his motive for writing? Why would he write such a book?
Oh, oh, I know what book. I know what book they're talking about. I know what book. Yes, they do understand inaction as being oppressive and harmful, but I know what book they're talking about. I can actually show you what book they're talking about. It's this book. Hang on a second. Where is it? Where is it? It was written by Franz. Oh, Kafka. Mm. Crisis of Conscience. Crisis of Conscience by Raymond Franz. I'm going to share the screen so you can see. This is the book. This is the book that they're talking about. They're not going to name it. He will not name the book because he does not want anyone going and finding this book. So they're not going to tell us what the name of the book is. But this is the book here, Crisis of Conscience, the story of a struggle between loyalty to God and loyalty to one's religion, written by Raymond Franz. Now, Raymond Franz, he was one of the like faithful and discreet slave guys. He was one of the like he was one of the guys, like the guy we're listening to right now giving the talk, like a leader in the church. And he wrote this book when he left because he had a crisis of conscience. He realized that the religion he was a part of was a cult, and he wanted to write a book exposing it and explaining to people. He, wanted to do the right thing. And wild title already. Yeah. So this is the book that they would be talking about. This is the book that he's talking about right now.
Who comes?
This is the book we're talking about right now. And so their justification, the justification that they're giving for not listening to the words written in this book by someone who has lived this religion, been in the upper echelons of this religion, been like at the tippity top. He was one of the faithful and discreet slaves. Like he was one of these guys giving the talks on, like, he was the tippity top, one of the 7 guys making all of the fucking decisions. He knows everything there is to know about this organization. And he's coming out with a giant criticism of them. And we don't know him though, so we should completely ignore that. Like, fucking hell. You know what I mean? Like, why the fucking mid 2000s? Fuck me. Ah! No, this video came out last month, Emery. This video came out last month, literally February 2024. And that book came out in the 70s. So I think that might be like a reprint of it. I think that might be a reprint of it. Some of this is on me for missing the first 2 hours of the stream. No, I haven't actually spoken about Raymond Franz yet. I haven't spoken about any of this yet. So you haven't missed anything. You're all right. But yes, this is the February 2024 broadcast that I'm criticizing of theirs right now, which I did say on the first Monday of every month I would do this as a little bit of an explainer for people to help them understand propaganda. And so far, you're the only person who's shown up. So I hope you're enjoying it. It's all for you. It's all for you.
And studies the Bible with me, and I know her motive is good, so I don't think I need to read your book.
So on the basis that you don't know who Raymond Franz is and you're not going to do any investigation into his motives might be, you're just going to, like, this is how you know that these people don't exist and this didn't happen. Because this is an absolute wild display of zero critical reasoning skills whatsoever, being touted as like this wonderful, humble, and of course they're women, because women don't have critical reasoning skills. Why would they? Like, holy fuck. You are worth it. The fucking 2000s aesthetic as well. They have not changed. They discovered the internet and they just stayed there, like at the point of discovery.
What a beautiful response.
Oh.
The Bible student got it. And
the
we
Bible
get
student
it too.
got it. The Bible student got it. The Bible student was successfully brainwashed into not being able to think for themselves. Yay! We've successfully lobotomized them so that they have no critical reasoning skills anymore. Yay! The propaganda's worked. Celebration. Fucking hell. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, that makes me so mad. Makes me so mad. Oh, all right, I'm gonna pee.
We know,
I'll be right back. I'm gonna
and we're
pee.
not surprised that we will be the target of negative reports. At times, we may even be cast in the role
This is a story
of
that come.
deceivers. And Jehovah has
All
frankly
right, I'm gonna
told
pee. I'll be right
us
back.
that there are some who are willing to exchange the truth of God for the lie.
My mic was muted. Sorry. Yeah. Thanks. Dumb fuck. Sorry, that was ableist language. That's not what I meant. Oh my god. I'm working so hard at changing my language. I am just a fuck. That's all. They have provided no evidence. They have. What's that? Nothing. Dump truck. Just a fuck. Just a fuck. They've provided no evidence that what they have is the truth and what the opposing side is saying is a lie. They've provided nothing to give us confidence in what they're saying other than the fact that you know the person who's coming. Like, you know the person who's coming to teach you. And so that's enough reason to have complete confidence in everything that they're saying, despite the fact that they've gotten all of their information, all of their research, everything from this one organization. But you don't know this guy. You don't know this guy giving a speech. So why do you think he's got your best interest at heart necessarily? It's very easy to turn this back on them. There's no critical reasoning skills being displayed here. Yeah. Source, my authority. Yep. Yeah. Yep. Can't capitulate. I didn't struggle deprogramming. Like they say, a lot of people have doubts when they leave. For me, it was very much like I realized, I woke up, my eyes were opened, and that was it. I knew the truth. I could no longer ignore it. It was as simple as that. Like I didn't have any doubts after that point, but I did still have to do a lot of work to realize just how much of my thinking was impacted by this rhetoric, how much of the way I behave still today. Like one of the things I really struggle with today is still my first instinct, even when I'm driving the car and there's someone in the car, like a man in the car gives me an instruction, like I'm driving around with my ex-husband and he goes, oh, go left here. I'll do it without thinking. And then I'll go, no, but I was supposed to go the other way. I had reasons. I had, but I can't. Yeah. It's I still have to undo a lot of that training that tells me to listen to the men first, think for yourself later. It's a I mean, it took 22 years to program me real fucking thoroughly. It's going to take some time to undo all of it. It's been more than 10 years, but still still trying to undo it all. But yeah, it's hard. It is hard to undo this sort of thinking, this sort of rhetoric. But once you learn how to do it, once you learn how to identify the hypocrisy, the falsehoods, the lack of evidence, the appeal to they appeal to you to completely do away with all of your critical reasoning. They don't want you thinking for yourself. And when you realize that's what they're doing, it becomes much easier to identify it. So I do feel like it is a helpful exercise to go through and do this. Yeah. My flavor of shit was very colonialist, capitalist, white supremacist. Means I have to constantly be unpacking and examining my thoughts and actions are based in. Yeah. There was a lot more. White supremacy definitely, I think, is a part of most mainstream religions, particularly Christian religions. Sorry, the idea of individual supremacy. But, capitalism wouldn't have succeeded without Christianity. Christianity spread the idea of individuality. It wasn't really that strong an idea in community before the spread of Christianity. Yeah. Makes you truly humble in a good way, being a safer person in community. Absolutely. Doesn't trigger cognitive dissonance if someone says I've done harm. No, it becomes a lot easier to examine yourself and examine your failings and faults when you aren't constantly being told that you know better than everybody and everyone else is an idiot who just hasn't examined the truth the way that you have. Like the arrogance of these people to run around saying that they know better than everyone without providing any evidence. Like so far, as I said, we're 50 minutes into this video and they've provided zero evidence to us for any of the statements that they're asserting. I know I can think of myself as a person oriented towards good things and not doing harm while still fucking up and doing harm. Yeah, absolutely. And also understanding that, sometimes when we do unintentional harm to other people, there isn't anything we can do to correct it. There's nothing that we can really do to correct it. We just have to live with that. We have to accept that there is not necessarily always going to be atonement. And religions like this and ideologies like this, all-nighter at this point, we are never getting done with this fucking video. But religions like this don't agree with that. They say that, no, there's always a path forward for atonement and, Jesus will forgive you no matter what. It's like, no, sometimes you fuck up and you hurt people and they don't forgive you. And the arrogance to assume that they have to, because all you're going to do is this methodical ABCD atonement thing, and then everyone has to forgive you. I see it from a lot of liberals, actually. One example is Rachel Oates, who I know has done some harm to the trans community, and rather than on the rails, and rather than owning up to it and admitting it and apologizing and trying to make amends, instead it's deny, push aside, ignore, because you aren't necessarily going to be forgiven by that community. And you have to accept that. That is a consequence of your actions, is maybe being excluded from that community because of the harm that you've done and the needs of that community to protect themselves. And you have to be willing to accept that. And I think there's far too many liberals who aren't. They feel like they should be allowed to enter any safe space. They should be allowed to be accepted by any community, regardless of how that community might feel about them in part or in whole. And that there's always the ability to atone, even when sometimes it just isn't. Sometimes you just have to accept that you've burnt that bridge now because of your fuck up, and you've got to be a big enough person to be able to accept that. These sorts of religious ideologies do not believe that. They do not share in that. Yeah, purity culture. Jesus's opinion on my forgivability isn't the most important thing here. Absolutely. Exactly. Yeah. It's almost a compulsive need to sweep things under the rug rather than to address the harms and be accountable, because that demonstrates impurity. Exactly. Exactly. How I'm suddenly, and I think, again, because we've got this them versus us narrative and the in-group versus out-group, we have that same thing where, but I protect other members of the in-group because I don't want the out-group getting that information or that weapon to use against them. And so we do the same thing almost in an individualist, self-protective way, where we go, I'm going to just hide my flaws and faults and never admit to them, because otherwise that'll be used against me. And it's like, well, the people who have a right to be angry at you are allowed to be angry at you, and they're allowed to use that anger in any way they want. And you have to accept that as a consequence of your actions. We done fucked up. Like, I've done it. I've had plenty of groups tell me that I've done fucked up, and I've had to do a lot of sitting and listening. I mean, I was in a fucking cult. I know I done fucked up. I went and told people to learn ancient Babylonian rather than disagree with me on matters of scripture. Like, I'd done fucked up plenty.
But that will never be true of you
God.
or me. Instead, we hold to Jehovah, the God of truth. We continue to recommend ourselves as God's ministers by truthful speech.
Next, let's benefit from the experience.
Unless we need to lie to protect Jehovah, because then lying's okay. We've got to be truthful in small things and great things, unless lying protects Jehovah, and then it's all right. Because again, it isn't about sticking to a moral code. It's about good versus evil. It's not about having any particular ideology that we want to stick to. It's about pitting two sides against each other. It's about in-groups versus out-groups. Oh, sorry. And we use this rhetoric of talking about ourselves as being honest and truthful and trustworthy and outstanding, so that we can have this moral superiority over the other side. And once we've established that moral superiority in the minds of the listeners, we can then tell them, but sometimes we're allowed to lie. You understand that we're morally superior now. So when I tell you that we sometimes break our moral code, you understand that it's because we're the good guys. And we're allowed to do that. Exactly.
Of a brother who made significant life changes when he accepted the truth, only to slip back and stray from it later. Notice how Jehovah feels about those who stray and how he extends his loving arm of assistance.
Oh, is this going to be a disfellowshipping story? They do like the parable. What's it? The lost. What is it? Prodigal
I grew
son.
up in the
That's the
Highlands
one.
of
They like the
Scotland.
prodigal son narrative.
It was a beautiful part of the world to grow up in, but my father, when I was growing up, you know, him and his friends, they worked very hard, but they also drank a lot. There was a lot of violence and heavy drinking, and of course this sometimes came into home life as well. By the time I was 14, I'd started drinking, and sometimes I fought with my father and my stepfather. It affected myself.
Okay, again, I'm going to say, you need to work on making me mad, to be honest. Oh, you need to work on making me a mod. I do need to work on making you a mod. How do I do that? I don't know how to do that on Twitch. I don't spend enough time on Twitch. I thought you said you need to work on making me mad. And I was just like, do I, or do I just do that naturally? Do I just naturally make you mad? Manage suspicious user. Oh, manage suspicious user. Whisper, invite, break up. I don't know. Like, it's so easy and so many. I feel like it's much easier in other areas. Like I just have to right click and go check filtered messages. Okay, fuck's sake. everyone, everyone watch. Everyone now gets to watch on the review. Gets to. Well, I'll cut this part out. Actually, I probably won't. Chat. Let me check filtered messages. Emery, I don't know how to do these things that you are asking me to do. I've got no. Check filtered messages. Oh, here it is. I think my sarcasm and/or auto mod held a message for a reason. Oh, what? Oh, yep. Allow. Okay. Okay, yeah, I do have to. All right, how review manage moderation settings. Is that how I manage moderation settings? Look. Moderation. What is it? How do I add a moderator? How do I add a moderator? Fucking hell. I have no idea. Community. Roles manager. Add a role. All roles. Moderator. Username. Search. No users to display. Oh, you're not even. Why aren't you there? I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing now. It's filtering my messages. It thinks my sarcasm. I got there. Okay. But I don't know how to make you a mod. That's my downside. That's my failing at the moment. No users to display. Oh, that's because all roles. Add new. No. Followers list. I got no idea. I have literally zero idea what I'm doing right now. All right. Do you know what? Let's finish this fucking video before hopefully
Esteem and
before
my
we get
view of
5
myself.
minutes.
And
Shall
I
we?
often went to school feeling low and crushed, but
Oh, that's what I was saying. That reminds me. So again, faith is self-help. I can get behind. Like that's great. But it becomes very abusive very quickly. Discord DMs. Discord DMs. I'm on my Discord DMs. There you are. Make someone a mod on Twitch. Okay. All right. Let's finish watching this very quickly, and then I will do that as soon as we've finished. Because yes, thank you for that. I do need that, and I will do that as soon as we're done. But I need to get this done because we're going to be at 5. We're going to be at 5 hours. It's 50 minutes in. We have managed to get ahead. We were at like 10 minutes per hour before, and we've managed to get. We're not. This was only supposed to go 2 hours. This stream, and I'm like 5 hours in. Anywho. Because I have a spare phone I can Google on. The fucking sass. The fucking sass. Oh my God. I really have to go pee. I'm going to pee my pants. You're making me laugh so much. I'm actually going to fucking pee my pants. Hang on. Give me a sec. Oh God.
at times
God.
the
Isn't
teacher
this
started
nice
to read
story
the
of
Bible to
redemption
us.
while I go pee quickly?
Those accounts touched me so deeply, and it gave me real sense of hope for the future. I didn't want to be fighting and getting into trouble. I wanted to be a better person. I had a purpose. I knew there was more to life than this. And so I joined the army. The army gave me the opportunity to get out of the environment and to see the world. Still, at the weekends, we often ended up in drinking too much and being violent. When I got into trouble, I always felt deep regret. I always wanted to change. So I knew that I needed to escape from that environment and start afresh. So I decided to move to Edinburgh. I was really doing a lot of fitness training at this time, but really what I had done was I had replaced one addiction, which was alcohol, with another addiction, which was fitness. So I was smiling on the outside, but I burnt out.
I'm back.
I was in a
Go,
black
please, go,
hole
yeah.
where I couldn't get out.
Oh, that
I
feels
knew
better.
that God was the only person
Now
that
I
could
can
help
laugh
me, and I
without
prayed a
worry.
lot during that time so that He would help me
Oh,
to
good
find
girl.
happiness and a purpose in life.
Oh.
A colleague
Thank
came
you.
to work alongside me who had been in the Marines. We had gone to a nightclub, and on the way home I said that I didn't like this type of environment. And to my surprise, this colleague of mine started to talk to me about the Bible. But after 2 or 3 hours of my questions, he said, I will get my dad to speak to you. His father was one of Jehovah's Witnesses. He gave me some publications, and he encouraged me to read them alongside the Bible, looking up the verses in the Bible. We started.
And they use this appeal to authority a lot. They write their own publications and their own interpretation of the scripture, and then refer back to the scriptures as a way of being like, yep, that's the authority that we're using. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Exactly. Exactly. The hypocrisy, the circular reasoning. Absolutely. And again, if you've got something you're trying to overcome and any kind of philosophy helps you with that, then great. Like I'm not dissing the ability of faith to help people cope with certain struggles and things that they're going through. But again, we're talking about people who have medical issues. Earlier, the example that we had was someone who had a substance abuse issue. They had an addiction to a substance that they didn't directly tell us what it was. Now we've got a guy who's affected by alcoholism, again, a medical condition, a medical issue, who've been able to overcome those through willpower with the aid of the Bible. There are plenty of people who are able to overcome these issues using other methods and other means, but we have to ignore that and pretend the only way anyone is able to overcome these issues is through the aid of the Bible, and particularly this version of the Bible, this version of God worship.
Started to study the Bible with his father. We started to attend the meetings. About 1.5 years after we'd started, both got baptized as one of Jehovah's Witnesses on the same day. A few years after I got baptized, I moved to Germany, and during that time, unfortunately, I was disfellowshipped from the Christian congregation. I went to work in the North Sea, and I was so unhappy in this environment that when I was not working, I was drinking a lot. If I was not careful, I would end up doing myself some damage to my health.
Okay. Germany, classically unproblematic. Yep. So now we've got a guy who struggled with alcoholism, temporarily overcame it through the aid of this faith that he's developed, has now slipped, fallen off the wagon. Unfortunately, rather than seeing this for what it was, a normal part of the cycle of breaking the addictive cycle, of breaking that addiction, instead, we're going to show this as being him sinning against God, being ostracized from his community, being completely alone, cut off from everyone, cut off from the hope that had given him the reason to try and overcome his addiction in the first place. So while it might have helped him break the addiction cycle to begin with, now it's feeding the addiction. He's been disfellowshipped and cut off from that support system, and he's back to drinking again. So this is now actively causing him harm. Insta community. Yep. Absolutely. Insta community, lost the community, relapse. And relapse is a normal part of the addiction cycle. It's completely normal to fall off the wagon a few times through the cycle. The same thing whenever you're trying to leave a violent relationship. It takes an average of 7 times to leave. Relapsing, falling off the wagon, this is all just a normal part of the process. But if you're in an organization like this that depends on purity and relies on keeping things clean as a way of controlling people's behavior, you have to be immediately ostracized for breaking the rules, despite the fact that this is a health condition, because we don't treat it like a health condition. We treat it like a moral failing. It's a moral failing.
So I decided to move
According
to
men.
Italy.
Obviously not according to
Often
men.
when I was out riding my bike, and every time I passed the Kingdom Hall, I would ask the question, how am I going to return to Jehovah? I thought, well, Jehovah will never want me to come back. One
Purity
Saturday
culture.
morning, the doorbell went, and
100%.
sure enough, it was 2 of Jehovah's Witnesses. I knew that Jehovah had sent these 2 witnesses, and Jehovah was saying, I still love you, you know.
This is another common thing that you'll hear again and again and again: coincidence as evidence. Coincidence being used as evidence. No. What do you mean, no? They harass everyone. Exactly. 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 Coincidence framed as evidence. There are 8 million Jehovah's Witnesses in the world, and all of them are expected to preach and go door to door at least once a week as a part of their religious observance. This is like saying, you know, this is like saying, I saw a guy in the food court wearing a billboard saying Jesus loves you. And I saw it as being what it is, a sign from Jesus to return to him and return to my Pentecostal faith. Like you're making connections out of coincidence, and that can be comforting, but it isn't proof that what you have is God's one true religion. Yes, I get them to stop bothering by saying I'm an apostate. I also do the same, but I am an apostate. I mean, I suppose you're an apostate too. We're all apostates. Though apostate, I know I'm saying it wrong. That's the way the JW say it. It's apostate. Apostate is the way most people pronounce it. The Jehovah's Witnesses pronounce it apostate with a long O. So that's the way I was taught to say it. So I can't help but saying it apostate, but it is apostate, if you want to say it correctly. Any person in a Eurocentric colonizer-run country with a JW presence is going to end up running into them a bunch. Abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. I reckon, I mean, today, if I had, being a public holiday, about 10 o'clock, if I'd gone into the main street in town today, they would have been there. They absolutely would be there. And if I was that minded, if I was like-minded, I might say, I've been feeling really down lately. I've been feeling really lonely. I've been feeling really sad. And I went into town and I saw them standing there and I took it as a sign that Jehovah was trying to reach out. No, it's that time of the month. I'm due for my period next week. I'm grumpy because I'm premenstrual. Maybe I wanted to go into town to distract myself from feeling like shit. And then I saw them there. Like it's coincidence. It doesn't mean anything. It's not a fucking it's not a fucking sign from Jesus. It's a statistical certainty. Self-cleaning. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. And because we're self-diagnosing ourselves as sinners. According to Christianity, we're all sinners, but that's only if we accept that we are. It's only if we buy into the rhetoric that we are. And so we're constantly tarnishing ourselves with that brush of being impure and being imperfect and constantly striving to be better. Oh my God.
No matter what you have done, I still love you. And so for the next few months, I spent a lot of time thinking about that and accepting Jehovah's love.
Yes, exactly.
I still
Sin
had
being
some
a thing is
distractions in
circular
my life.
reasoning
I
in
was training
itself.
for a race across the Alps. I was still working on the oil platforms in the North Sea. I wasn't making spiritual progress. One time, the elders in the Kingdom Hall told me that there was no meeting during the week but they encouraged me to go to an assembly in Rome. What really touched me the most was how clean Jehovah's people were compared to the people that I'd been associating for so many years. While I was driving home, I remember there was a storm. I had all these thoughts racing through my mind. How did I manage to leave the congregation? How did I manage to leave Jehovah? On that journey home, I knew that I would never go back to work on the oil platforms in the North Sea. I had a lot of free time on my hands, so I read the Bible a lot and the publications from Jehovah's Witnesses.
And
there was something in those
let me
publications that
victim blaming shit. Yeah. Yeah. How do I know I'm missing? God told me. Okay, cool. How do I know he's true? Because the Bible said. Who wrote the Bible? God. Okay, so why does sin matter? God says it matters. Abso-fucking-lutely. Christianity created the problem, and then it provides the solution. And we can see the exact same thing happening in capitalism. We have the issue of poverty. Capitalism is the best cure for poverty. Why do we have poverty? Because some people work harder in the capitalist system than others, and so some people have and some people don't have within capitalism. Okay, but why can't we have a society where everyone just gets the things that they need? Well, because we have capitalism, and everyone needs to work within capitalism as an individual. Oh, cool. But we could just not. Like, we could also just not. Yeah, getting people to try and understand that poverty is a political choice it is very difficult. It is very, very, very difficult, and hair-pullingly frustrating. But it is a political choice, and the way that we deal with crime and the way we criminalize poverty is, once you know anything about it, and again, like there's my degree over on the wall that says that I do know what I'm talking about when it comes particularly to criminology and political science and legal theory. It's right there, all, my little annoying hard-won triple degree. When we look at what we actually consider a crime, basically the things that we police, the things that we need the armed wing of the government to control is poverty. Poverty, we don't just politicize poverty, we criminalize poverty, and then we try and pretend that it's a naturally occurring state, that poverty existed before colonization, it existed before capitalism, it existed before Christianity. Like, no. Trust you degrees on the wall. We can't see. Pot, kettle. All right, let me go and get my degree. Hang on a second. I'm going to have to cover up half of it, though. I'm going to have to cover up most of it. What if I just show you the frame? What if I just show... No, the frame. I can't even show you the frame because the frame's got the imprint of the... Don't dox yourself. I am going to dox myself badly, aren't I? One of these days, I know. One of these days I am. I'm going to badly dox myself, and it will be my fault. It'll be my fault that I can never leave my house again. At least, and this is a good thing about living in a small town, not just a small town, but like a very small community, is if anyone tries to swat me or anything like that, it's not going to ever happen. It's never going to happen. Like, they'll call it in, and my daughter's best friend's dad will more than likely answer the phone because he's a cop. I know. I don't know how I ended up with a child like that. They'll call it in and he'll just be like, no, that's Tamara's house. I know her. I go and get stoned with her on the weekend. Way to rule out a bunch of places. I know. But the good thing is that I live in a state that is like largely rural, small communities. So, Oh, don't worry. On the replay of this, I'll cut out all of my stupidity. I did, when I had that big issue on TikTok going back ages, with that TikToker who is a CUNT, absolute kind of epic proportions. I was my kids' school, people calling their school trying to, because that's as close as they got to figuring out where I live, trying to ask the kids' school information. I know, I'm an idiot. Oh, I can swear on here. Excellent. Cunty cunt. But yes, it's one of the reasons I'm fucking off. I'm done. I'm a bit done with the tickety talk. I'm over it. I'm over getting like account warnings every time you can see a glimpse of my bra. I get an account warning. Like it's it's annoying. Like let's just have a conversation. But anyway, back to this guy. Back to this poor guy. Again, if you are struggling with something and there is something out there that's able to help you, and I quit my job in September last year. I ended up in hospital. I had a really bad mental health episode. My doctor didn't want me to leave hospital until I had agreed to make some pretty serious life changes, because she's like, if you leave here and go back into the melee of what you were just involved in, you'll be back here within a few months. There's no point just sending you back out there in the world again without making some structural changes to your life. And the decision that I made, how dare, because has booba, how dare, I know, how dare my booba be out here in the world for all to see. I actually just wanted to go on live in my underwear just to be like, fuck this shit. Like, seriously, fuck it. Because I'm allowed to show as much of my body as I'm comfortable showing, and no censor should be allowed to determine that my bra strap is inappropriate. Like, what the fuck? And yes, that happened on TikTok. But anyway, yeah, so I made the decision in hospital September last year, to resign the job that I was working at, because the boss that I was working under was quite abusive and controlling and inappropriately so. And the CEO wasn't much better. And so I resigned that job and spoke to my doctor, was like, yeah, awesome. I'm doing well. I'm in recovery, all the rest of it. But if you're faced with a sort of emotional, mental difficulty that you're trying to deal with, and you make the decision to like resign your job like this guy does, that's an individual choice that you can make. Yep. Why are we crediting God with this decision that he's now made? Like, why does it have to be, I wouldn't have made a decision to quit my job for my mental health unless God told me to? Something late stage capitalism. Orgs and corps effectively are the ones mediating information and acts. Yeah. Yep. Because good things happen, therefore good. Yeah. We've been over this. This is pretty much all we've spoken about for 5 hours now.
Touched me because it said, return to me, whole soul. Let's set matters straight between us now.
When bad things happen, it's the truth.
I spoke with the elders and told them of my intent to attend all the meetings and to serve Jehovah whole-souled. And after a period of time, I was reinstated in the congregation. When I tried to do things my own way, my life ended up out of balance, a mess. I was so unhappy, but with Jehovah in my life, it gave me more balance in my life.
Okay. I can tell the exact opposite story right now. When I stopped trying to drag my kids to 5 meetings a week, plus going out in the field service twice a week with them, plus trying to work part-time, plus trying to manage the household because as the wife, that was my job, plus trying to push my husband into being the head of the household and dealing with him and dealing with my marriage issues, plus the other things that I'm supposed to do as a member of the community that I am a member of, because being a member of this religion doesn't negate the need to be a member of your community, right? Though they believe that it does, but being a part of the Indigenous community, I know it absolutely does not. When I was doing all of that, I was constantly burnt out. I was constantly reading and rereading the same information, my eyes blurring, wondering why, like basically having a nap in the back room. Exactly. Yeah, team same brain. We're team same brain. Survivorship bias. Yes, absolutely. It is. It's survivorship bias of a sort. Because when I left the cult, when I stopped trying to be the perfect JW, when I stopped trying to raise my children the perfect JW way, when I stopped because there's so much shit that you're supposed to do as a member of these organizations. It's not just a member of it's not all it's fucking work. It's work. And before I had kids, I was a pioneer. So like I was out there 50 to 70 hours a month, depending, doing this work. And when I stopped, I had so much more time to read and just enjoy life. Enjoy life. Like any major, oh, what's this? The one still in community who had good happen when they gave up individual choice and direction about their life and gave over to God. That's, of course, the only stories they're going to see. Absolutely. And they are making this propaganda mainly for people who have already drunk the Kool-Aid. So I can understand why, they don't feel the need to give an awful lot of evidence. But this is the point. This is exactly why I wanted to do this, because I can absolutely make the same counter argument right now. This stuff is so nice. It's got like hyaluronic acid in it. It's not like an expensive lip gloss. It's, where did I get it from? I got it from Kmart. Oh, no, I didn't. I got it from Woolies. I had a Woolies voucher. Lifter Gloss hyaluronic acid with hyaluronic acid, and it's so nice, and it makes my lips feel so nice and soft. Oh, God almighty. But yes, absolutely. Okay, the ones who had good happening after making their own choices and not letting God educate their life, they're not in the church, so you don't get to see it. Yep. But the ones who leave the church and then have good things happen to them, you can't listen to us because we're apostates. You've got to ignore everything we're saying because we're apostate. We're being misled by Satan into having good, great lives. It's small and I have pockets. Emery. Shh. That's like when I said on that TikTok when I was like, I'm not telling you the things I did to survive. Yeah, because that's Satan needing ignoring. Absolutely. It's satanic. It needs ignoring. And we would also get fed this rhetoric that Satan will help people when they leave to thrive and succeed, and he'll give them what they want from Satan's system in order to prevent them from coming back to Jehovah. So if you do see people who are out there who are successful, who've left the organization, that's because Satan's helping them succeed in order to keep them away from the congregation and mislead others in the congregation who might be looking at them and seeing their success and wondering, why are they having such a great time when they're not living Jehovah's way and I'm having an awful time and I am living Jehovah's way? Self-cleaning. Yep. You're right on it. Like, you are right on it. Yeah, Satan has done far more for me than Jesus ever did. And I can't blame Jesus. The guy is dead. He's not down here doing stuff. He's dead. And Satan is an angel who isn't and is apparently down on earth, and earth is his domain. Why not at this point follow him? I mean, is that not what we're doing?
It was about learning to accept Jehovah's love. And when I did that,
Communism
I started to make
and
progress
Satanism are
because I was able to accept Jehovah's love. But I was also able to accept the love through the brothers in the congregation.
I just can't say words. There are some words I just can't say.
Jehovah's love is way greater than that. Jehovah's love is able to cover everything. So I realized that Jehovah's wisdom is, for me, priceless, because Jehovah's the
Absolutely. The original sin was doubt. The original sin was doubt, which is why blind faith is so important. Oh, I know. Political Satanism is mostly edgy white kids. I know. But I do feel like one good thing I will say with edgy Satanism and the appeal to like political Satanism, one thing I will say that is pretty good though is it does seem to stop a lot of the ultra spiritualist types. It seems to prevent them from falling into that pitfall of the white supremacy, spirituality. Like, it seems to prevent them. They seem to manage, because I've got quite a few friends who are in that New Age and Enlightenment space, and some of them have made the mistake of falling into white supremacist holes. And that political Satanism seems to have a way of helping stop that from happening. So, not that it's serving much other point other than preventing people from becoming further radicalized in the wrong direction. It's a funnel, it's a funnel out of the pipeline, a very narrow funnel for some people. but yeah, I've got quite a few friends who are of that mind and like to reframe the Genesis narrative as being God the captor and Satan the what's it? Satan the redeemer, God the captor, Jesus the educator or the enlightener. I don't know, whatever it is. Liberator. Thank you. Yes. Yes, liberator. Yeah, and because it frames God and Christianity as the antagonist, it's a rejection of white supremacy at the same time because of how closely tied those ideas are, which is why I find it so funny that so many like had a go at me when I said that fascism and Christianity were so closely, like they had such close ties to each other. Because by rejecting God, you're able to also reject the myth of white supremacy. But there's no fascism. Don't know what you're talking about.
Only one who can turn a negative situation into something positive and give us a real sense of purpose and happiness in our life.
Okay. Only God can give us a sense of happiness and purpose in our life. You may not have felt a sense of purpose and happiness in your life without God. But there's plenty of us for whom having to live this way and feel these requirements of this religion result in us losing our sense of self and losing our sense of like that. For me, that was a big thing. Like I had this idea and I was credited for managing to overcome my ideas of I was credited for trying to undo my feminist thinking when I was in the cult. I do enjoy their work politically towards keeping a hold of that left side of the window when it comes to the intergeneration of Christianity into secular systems by being like, oh, cool. School chaplains, all face, after school Satan club is a go. Thank you so much. We'll get prepping. Yes. Yes. I do love that because I find it comforting. I do find it comforting because again, it pushes. We've already discussed like the state and religion are so intrinsically linked. It's ridiculous to try and say that there's a separation between the two of them. But examples like this highlight that really clearly, and it makes it really obvious to everyone how much of an influence Christian ideas have over our political system in the political space. Because when you throw something like this up, people get uncomfortable with that idea, and yeah. We need to be less comfortable with Christianity in our
Have
schools.
you, like Brother
We need to be
McKay,
less comfortable with
strayed?
Christianity in general.
Have you become inactive or even been removed from the congregation? Consider the following invitation,
I have.
so
I've been removed from the
warmly brought to
congregation.
life in our new music video.
Music
Home.
video! Bingo! We got a bingo! We got a bingo! I knew it was coming. I knew the music video would be coming.
I can feel lost sometimes, like I'm drifting out to sea.
My little void. Oh god, let's go.
When troubles in my life take me far from kingdom realities, but I'm never left in the lurch. Jehovah hears and sends out the search. He finds me, lifts me up in his arms. He carries me safely away from harm. He brings me back to his fold, my home, my family.
Oh, take a shot. There's a token in the scene. Take a shot.
When I'm there is no place like this. It's a shelter from the storm, where I find peace and rest, and loving friends who bring out the very best So
It's
if
early
you
in life,
find you're out on
He's-
your own, Jehovah will hear your cries to come home. He'll find you.
Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Kingdom halls be everywhere. Kingdom halls be everywhere. Why do we need people to go out and find you and con you to come back? Because they got to play on the guilt. They got to, like, out of sight, out of mind. I know where the local Kingdom Hall is. If I wanted to go, I could go. I know exactly where it is. Everyone fucking knows exactly where it is. But I'm not guilted into going unless someone knocks on my door. All white men pro tags always. Yep. Baffling. Can't figure it out. Why are they always? I just feel like we've seen a lot of, and I feel like in a video that's been mostly white men, having the black dude doing the hosting doesn't feel at all. Oh no, because it was a sign. Yeah, it was a sign. That's like I remember when I was living in Melbourne. This is when I was physically out, mentally in. So POMI. There's like 4 different acronyms. There's like physically out, mentally out, which is what I am now. Physically out, mentally in, which is what I was at the time, and it's what my parents are now. They still mentally believe it, but they don't physically attend anymore. You've then got physically and mentally in, which is the active people participating, and then you've got mentally out, physically in but mentally out, which is the people who attend the meetings and go along with it, maybe because they've got family that are still in there that they don't want to lose, but don't believe any of it and think that it's all tripe. This was actually my ex-husband. My ex-husband was mentally out, physically in the entire time. He was never mentally in, which is, I think, why he wasn't that gung-ho on being the head of the household. Like, he was just like, no, I don't fucking care. So people can run into the signs. Yeah, because they're everywhere. The signs are just everywhere. I must go home to the witnesses because signs are everywhere. Yeah. And I was at work one day and this girl comes in and she's from the hall and she's all, oh, come back to the church. And I did, because I took it as a sign that Jehovah was trying to reach out and bring me home. But she knew where I worked. She hadn't seen me at the hall for a couple of weeks, decided to pop in and visit me. And the girl that she was out with, that they were out witnessing with, was saying to me, she's got such a bad memory. I can't believe she remembered where you work. Like, I would never remember. I worked in the mall. All you had to do was walk around. I worked in a women's clothing store in the mall. All you had to do was walk around the mall and find me. But oh my God, it was just so amazing she remembered where you work. Like, it had to be Jehovah calling us to you. I told her where I worked. And you guys used to go to that mall all the time as part of your witnessing. But it's just a miracle that she remembered where I worked and reminded me to come back to the church. Yes. And this is true. I will say that a couple of things that the witnesses do provide is they provide the sense of making sense out of chaos, and they provide a sense of community in what can otherwise be a very disconnected world. But you can make your own communities if you are willing to reach out and put the effort in, but that takes empathizing with others and reaching them on their level. If you create an organization where everyone just has to come up to your level in order to be accepted, that's much easier. It's much easier to accept people and accept a community that has to meet you at where you're at, rather than trying to do the work of meeting other people where they're at, which is what community building is. You have to meet people where they're at. This isn't community building. This is coercion. Opiate for the masses. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely.
Lead you back with his voice. Remind you, serving him was your best choice. He'll bring you back to his fold, your home, your family. You are never alone. When you're home, I will be singing. You made it.
Love bombing.
Welcome home.
He's come back. He's like absolutely waving, and now they're all going to run over and welcome him and love bomb him.
We're so happy to see
love bombing.
you. Now you're home.
Yep.
You are home. He found you,
Did he? Yeah, wild amount of rude messages apparently to the rest of the broadcast so far. Absolutely. Gosh. Now we got to have all the shots of how diverse the brotherhood is, how everyone's accepted. Even though we've only seen middle-aged white men up until this point, other than our host, who is the token black in the room, now we're going to have this big display of diversity. Oh, God.
Home is with Jehovah and his people. Home is where
Apparently
we
to find these
belong.
5 people.
If you've wandered, come home. The beauty of our spiritual
appealing
home
to me
extends
directly.
across the
Come
entire
home.
world. Let's explore another room in that home by visiting our brothers and sisters in Suriname. Suriname is a heavily forested country in South America that's almost like an island. It isn't currently connected by road to any other country. On its east and west, it's bounded by rivers, and on the north, by the Atlantic Ocean, and to the
Yep.
south, by tropical rainforests, savannas, and the mighty Amazon River Basin.
They're taking the
While
tokenism another
Suriname
level
may be one of
further.
the smallest countries in South America, its abundant wild areas host some of the continent's largest animals.
We got to put like
The giant anteater, for example, eats some 35,000
we got to
ants
figure out
and
how to put
termites a
like the
day.
token.
Also found in
What do we call
Suriname,
it?
the tapir,
Tokenism.
South America's largest land
What's it
mammal,
called?
and the jaguar,
When
the
you have a
largest of South American cats. Suriname's rich diversity isn't limited to wildlife. Its
Let's do a
people are one of the
crusade. Yep.
most ethnically diverse in the region. Their varying customs and foods enrich the country's overall culture. In such a heavily forested
But again, a lot of this culture, if you become a JW, you have to give up a lot of this culture. Like our culture, the Indigenous culture of Australia, is very diverse, but a lot of our cultural practices, because they have spiritistic, they're connected to the dreaming. A lot of our practices and culture are connected to the ancestors and our ideas about the afterlife. Then we have to give up that culture in order to be members of this religion. We're nearly done with this video too, like 5 hours in and we're nearly done. But we have to give up a lot of that diversity in order. You have to homogenize to be accepted by the group. But they'll still play little things like this where they're celebrating all these differences, pretending that they're not actively trying to wipe out so
and
many
diverse
of these.
country. Imagine the
Boom, more
challenge
sidetracked.
our over 3,300 brothers face. First reaching and
Yep,
then
race
preaching
and
to
whiteness.
people in their own languages.
Absolutely.
While the official language of Suriname is Dutch, the Suriname branch oversees translation into 5 other languages: Suriname-Tongo, Aucan, Saramaccan, Surinamese Sign Language, and Carib. In 2022, 20 translators in Suriname Bethel worked with 13 full-time commuters and 8 remote workers to meet this need.
So she was wearing that scarf on her head just then because interpreting is seen as teaching and women aren't allowed to teach. And so she wears the headscarf to symbolize that she's not trying to teach. She's not trying to take the place of a man. She is showing that's a sign of respect, that she accepts her place as a woman and that she's simply doing what the men have told her to do. She's not trying to take the role as a teacher. Tell me all about the free market. It is a bit. One of the reasons, as I said, I wanted to try and use the religious discussion to talk about propaganda is because it's so blatantly obvious when you're watching. Like it's a lot more. It's it's laughably easy. It's laughably easy to see the problems with it when you're detached from it like this. It's a little bit more difficult when it's your politicians, right? Saying the bullshit.
Let's meet some of
Like,
our
this is-
brothers working in the various language fields.
Oh,
The
God.
34 publishers in the Brownswick congregation speak the Saramaccan language, used by descendants of escaped slaves who fled to the country's interior almost 400 years ago. The Apura congregation's 18 kingdom preachers conduct 30 Bible studies each month. Many in the area are Arawak Indians,
Agreed.
among the original inhabitants of
Agreed.
Suriname.
Not many worth endorsing.
Deep in Suriname's interior is the Pulugudu congregation, located near Pulugudu Falls, whose waters are notoriously difficult to navigate. Our brothers are adept at using their wooden boats to carry out the preaching work on the river roads.
And this is
The
further
38
evidence.
publishers preach in the Maroon Alkan language.
Further evidence
The
of
brothers and
God's
sisters
support,
of
right?
Suriname and the Brownswick, Apura, and Pulugudu congregations send you their love.
Further
From
evidence
the world
of
headquarters
God
of Jehovah's Witnesses,
blessing
this
their
is
effort
JW Broadcasting.
because they're able to navigate these rivers on their boats. What happened? Why is this segue happening? Oh, okay. What is happening? Why has it stopped playing? Oh, did I do that?
Welcome to JW.
Oh, no, it just I didn't see the end of it. Did you guys see the end of it? Oh, maybe that
Apura
was it. Was
and
that the last of
Pulugudu
it?
congregations
It just
send you
ended
their love.
with no sign off. That's it.
From
It's
the
just
world
cancelled.
headquarters of Jehovah's Witnesses, this is JW Broadcasting.
Oh, no, there you go. There's his sign off. I missed the sign off. Oh, all right. Let me go to let me go and see what I can do about that. 1 second. Filtered messages. Child sponsor type missionary ass bullshit. Yes, it is. Absolutely it is. I'm going to make you a thing straight after this stream. I'm going to make you a mod. Don't stress. But yeah, it is. And again, for every no evidence has been provided, no sources have been cited. We've got, other than vibes and good feelings, we've got no evidence for any of the assertions made in this video other than personal testimonies, which, as I've already pointed out, I can provide the exact opposite personal testimony. For every person who says that going into this organization and becoming a JW helped solve personal problems in their lives, leaving solved so many issues in my life and in so many other people's lives that I know as well. That the ex-JW community is massive. They're losing members at an alarming rate for this exact reason. But you can't listen to those stories as a JW because that's listening to apostates, and you can't do that. You can't do that. Get the feel goods about the fact that they can be colonizers too. Yep, they are, and it's not just like the continuing missionary work, because they always encourage young people to go and be missionaries. Like a lot of religions do that. It's not, but the reason that you buy into it is because of this idea of supremacy that's taught in these organizations, in different political fields. Like they do the same thing. The idea is that the liberal policies, regardless, like when you try and argue and say that like capital L liberals in Australia are racist and they're putting through racist policies, like you're not really making an argument because they already know that, and the people who support them already really understand that. They just have this idea that they are entitled to do that because they're better than us, apparently. Like, how do you fight that propaganda? How do you fight people who will they support the policies because they're racist? They believe in their ideology and their supremacy, and so pointing out the things that you disagree with about their policies isn't going to do much to dissuade the people who believe in those policies. Cornered the market on the truth. That's what they're stating that they've done. Absolutely. And I find it difficult when trying to have these kinds of conversations because you can't you've got to figure out what is important to somebody that you can agree on. You've got to find a middle ground. You've got to find the place where you can meet in the middle to have a discussion and grow from there. You can't come out straight away saying to people, because they know, you can't come straight out and say, okay, well, Jacinta Namatjira-Price's take on the voice to Parliament and the way that she spoke about it was like she needs to decolonize her mind. She had a very colonizer way of approaching the entire discussion, and she was being used as the spokesperson by the Liberal Party because they knew what she was saying was racist, but because she's Indigenous, she's allowed to say it and get away with it. You can't criticize her for being racist because she's Indigenous. But she's speaking with a colonizer mind. And in the video that I made talking about justice that I'll be releasing on Friday, I did talk a little bit about this because I do feel like, particularly with our elders, it can be very difficult having these discussions because you do feel like they need to do the work of decolonizing their minds, but you also can't blame them for taking on the rhetoric that they've been taught that's been drilled into them for such a long time. I mean, I was a member of this religion for 20 years, not because I don't have the ability to think for myself, but because the messaging and that knowledge was drilled into me so much that it was the truth to me. And unlearning that, as I said, I had a bodily, visceral response. I was physically ill when I came to the realization that I was in a cult, because I had based my entire personality and my being on the idea that this was a foundational, fundamental truth. And so when you are constantly from a very young age, remembering that most people have been taken from their families, and Jacinta Price is part of that generation. My mum grew up in the Territory, she's a little bit older, but she was taken from her family in the Northern Territory around that time, when she was a young girl, when she was 4 years old. So there is every likelihood that behaving the white way in society was a protection for Jacinta Namatjira-Price. I'm pronouncing her surname incorrectly. I know I am. I can't pronounce anything today. I'm getting so tongue-tied. So I find it really difficult to blame people then for this thinking when you can understand where it's come from and where the problems have come from. But we still need to be able to have these discussions and find common ground and break down truly the token. Yeah, she absolutely, sorry, I missed these comments. You have to break through the self-cleaning cognitive dissonance causing the ideology. Yes, exactly, because they will continue to reject anything that doesn't agree with their current ideology as being sinful, false, dirty, immoral, and we have this very moralistic view towards politics. And you see it all the time in the rhetoric, because on the right side of politics, the moral is that everyone has to work hard and you have to contribute to society. And, laziness is immoral, and, alcoholism is immoral, and drug use is immoral. They're very moralistic arguments, but we don't want to acknowledge that. But then the same on the left. It's immoral to be awful to other people. It's immoral to put yourself before as everything. It's immoral to not think about community anyway. We make a lot of these moralistic arguments because we have to. As human beings from the beginning of time, this is the argument that we've had about why laws even exist. The moralistic argument is the argument, right? We just have to acknowledge that. We have to be willing to acknowledge that so we can have an honest discussion about it, try and come together on those common grounds, and then break down greys exist, leopards eating faces. Yeah. Yep. Truly the token. Yep. Because they both rejected the voice. Yep. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. And that is true for most people. For most people, the leopard has to eat their own face before they're willing to look at it and realize that it's wrong. And again, like personal experience, I had a bad situation in my family where we were dealing with a Pedialyte file. And then seeing the way the organization dealt with that is what caused the brain break for me. That's what caused me to break free from that thinking, because again, I'd been personally affected by something, and seeing the way the church handled it was enough to break my brain free from that thinking. Now, that isn't the same thing that broke my siblings free. from the religion. You know, we all awoke because of different reasons at different points, but a lot of it had to do with individual harm that we'd experienced. Yeah. I struggle to understand to leftists how to empathize and understand that people on the right have moral justification internally to why they have their politics. They also think that they're morally correct. Yeah, they just have foundationally different frameworks for understanding harm and struggle in the world. Exactly. Absolutely. Exactly. Spot on. Nail on the fucking head, Emery. And that is difficult. It is difficult to empathize with someone, particularly if you are someone who is a marginalized group. And Emery, yourself, you know this probably a lot better than I would, because my indigeneity is hidden behind a mask of whiteness that is accepted by the far right. So I don't face this anywhere near as much. But being trans and having that weaponized against you, and having just the idea that you are a non-person because your sense of self doesn't align with what they believe is normal, the most bizarre word in the English language, normal, honestly. And so it can be very hard to empathize with those people who don't think that you're worthy of humanity, who don't think that you're necessarily worthy of being empathized with, which is why I think it is down to people like me who have a lot more privilege to do this work, to have these conversations, because I present as a white woman and as a white woman who is not at risk of being thrown out of my home, as a white woman who is not at risk of finding myself being homeless again anytime soon. The areas that I've struggled with in my life, the poverty that I've experienced, I have a barrier now that protects me from that. The barrier is the home that I live in, that I now, I mean, the bank owns, but you know, banks are a lot more willing to let you be a bit late on your rent than real estate agents are. But we're asking a lot of the most marginalized in our community. Yeah, absolutely. Purity moral perfectionism makes people consider trying to empathize and understand the morality of the right would be like fucking thought crime and impure. Yes. Yes. I'm going to take those off now. I'm not listening anymore. But absolutely. Absolutely. The idea, like, people say constantly, if you debate anyone who disagrees with you, then you're just giving them a platform. Or, and again, depending on why you're doing it, are you doing it for clicks and views? Are you doing it online to try and get attention? Or are you genuinely trying to have a conversation with someone and reach them on their level? Now, unfortunately, I think there are a lot of debate bros on the right who will use any leftist attempt to reach out across the aisle as a gotcha, as a way to try and own the left. But that doesn't mean we should stop doing it. It doesn't mean we should stop attempting it. It doesn't mean we should stop trying. But I do think that we, need to have people doing it who are a lot better equipped to counter these arguments and have these discussions. We need to be a lot more honest about what we're doing, a lot more honest about it and upfront with it. And I forgot where I was going with that. I forgot what my last point was going to be. I mean, I think preparation is a big one. There's too many people who are half-assing it. Like, I listened to someone the other day talking about crime and criminology from the Marxist perspective, who had clearly not done any criminological research, who'd done a lot of Marxist reading, but had not done any reading into criminology and crime prevention and the way we view crime in our society. And the reason that I say that is so important, the reason that I say we can't, you can't just understand communism. You can't just understand Karl Marx. You also have to understand capitalism and capitalist approaches to criminology, is because I think it's only really, we lack the imagination to picture a different way, right? We lack the imagination to imagine for ourselves a better way of doing things. But if we can look at the way it's being done and see where the flaws are, and perhaps look at addressing those using a Marxist framework of thinking about it, then we can understand what Marx would have said and what Hegel would have said and what their approaches to crime reduction and criminology would have been. Fuck's sake, filtered messages. Oh, sorry, hang on. Yes. What? I put on the performance and position of white woman when I'm in a situation that calls for that for my own safety. Yep. Positionality, not identity. Yeah, absolutely. And hang on, let me unfilter the message. Allow. There we go. What's it say? Which then makes me go, I know this is a thing I'm putting intentionally to do, performing white womanhood in that, playing into the role. It's a thing that is clear intentional choice. And yep. Absolutely. And because it's a factor that identity that they don't mesh with. Absolutely. And one way that I often lean into my white woman appearance is when it comes to when I see security guards in shopping centers approaching Black people. I see that all the fucking time. And usually that's when I use my white woman power to step in and have a conversation with security. And I have never faced any issues, though now my children are embarrassed to go into Kmart with me. My children will not go into Kmart with me anymore because I keep involving myself in issues that are going on in there. But recognizing that I have that ability, recognizing that I am perceived a certain way, regardless of whether I identify with it or not, means that I am aware of when society will view me with that brush and will allow me to get away with certain things. For example, appearing in a court of law, I know very well that I can act contrite and demure and apologetic, and I will get a great response from the magistrate. They will fucking love me. I've been in front of magistrates many, many times, and they fucking love me. Because again, womanhood in a lot of these situations is also a weapon. Like, it's not just the whiteness, it's also the womanhood part of it. Because we are seen more as victims, and there's that mentality when we are dealing with the criminal justice space that we are more likely to be dealing with it as the victim rather than the perpetrator. And so that assumption is there regardless of whether or not you started the altercation that got you in front of called. It's the calling to action. It's the calling to action, the white man savior to the damsel. Yeah, yep. But I like to reverse it. I like to reverse and use my white womanism to try and change that narrative. But yep, starting the stream, bloody hell, 5 hours. 5 hours I've been streaming for. I think it's probably time to close this discussion out. I think I'm going to jump on the Discord after, though, and see if I can work out the moderation issue. Keep going, bro. You don't want me to stop? It's been 5.5 hours. All night. Oh, at some point I got to eat, though. At some point I got to eat. I suppose the thing is, doing it on using my phone as a camera means I can walk around with it. I could just keep going live. No, because I can't carry my mic and my computer and all the rest of this shit up. But I am actually going to clock off. But I'm thinking that this could be a fun thing to do on a kind of, 3 times a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. We can look at different, we don't have to look at religious stuff all the, actually, in fact, I wouldn't like to look at religious stuff every single time, but team phone all the way, fuck off. No food, only stream. Yeah, what's a webcam for anyway? Webcams are a waste of money, guys. Don't know why anyone would bother. I use my phone camera for literally everything. All of my videos are recorded with my phone camera. I don't have another camera. I don't. I know. I'm a content creator who doesn't have a camera. And anyone who's watching this who's like, you have 33 subscribers, what are you talking about? You're a content creator. On TikTok, I have 52,000 followers on TikTok. I'll have you know. I know that nobody thinks that's worth anything, and it's not, because literally I make about 3 cents a month from TikTok. But it's not about making money, is it? And again, people constantly want to say that people aren't willing to work without money. Here I've been working for 5.5 hours to educate people on propaganda, and I'm not making a cent. I'm not making anything from this. In fact, it's costing me. The lights are costing me money to run. The computer's costing me money to run. Electricity is expensive, motherfuckers. My girl, here's a star. Just like and subscribe. Okay? All I need you to do is like and subscribe. That's how you can pay me. Pay me in likes and subscribes and kisses and hugs. that felt a bit sleazy. Like, air kisses. Yeah, it's the Emery party. You're the only guest we need to make it a party, Emery. You're the only guest we need to make it a party. I've been liking my own live this entire time. I have no shame. I don't fucking care. I literally don't fucking care. God almighty. I do understand now, though, why live streamers like to be reacting to something, because it gives you a lot of content to talk about, doesn't it? Like, we've been talking for 5.5 hours about religious propaganda and the way it feeds into political propaganda. And besides the fact that I'm losing my voice, yes, it is true. Everyone wishes they could have me. Yes, or be you. Have you or be you. One or the other, preferably both. Have your cake. God, I'm losing my mind now. 5.5. Yeah. So I'm losing my voice. I came in hour 3. Oh, see, you missed half of the, why are the sprinklers on? It's Monday. The sprinklers should not be on. Anyway, that is going to be me for today, actually, because it has been 5.5 hours. We're at the 5.5 hour mark, and I'm not loving this. I just do need to get up and move and cook my children dinner because it's 6:30 at night. Oh, hateful and cancelled, abandoned. Oh, you're making me feel guilty. I know. I'm a terrible human being. I'm abandoning you. I'm sad. I feel sad. I don't want to abandon you. I do think maybe Wednesday I'll do it again. Wednesday we can do it again and we can discuss something else. Discuss something a little less triggering. Something less triggering than religious content. Maybe we should look at some political content. You know what? Maybe I'll do that. I'll do Nemesis, hey? Maybe on Wednesday we can watch Nemesis and do that. I'll try and get on earlier in the day too. Like after I drop the kids off at school, maybe I'll log on then about 9 o'clock Western Standard Time, 10 o'clock maybe, after I've cleaned the house up a bit, because Lord knows I need to do that. But yeah. All right. Thank you. You abandon like the football. I have to look up that meme now. Should I do it now before I log off? Look up might meme. If you're not clocking the reference. I'm not clocking the reference. Do it. Okay. All right. Let's do it. Present. Share screen. Let's look it up. So, my meme. Oh, sorry. There's my Ko-fi. Ignore that. Is it? Have I found it? Lightly touching. What? Know your meme. Okay. Oh. I do know this. Me lightly touching my foot. Out of the way, please, so I don't trip on you. You kick. You kick my body like the football? Oh. Yes. Okay. Yep. Yep. I'm getting the reference now. I'm getting the reference now. You abandoned mine? Like the football? I know the other day I had to pull my cat Ninja out from under the couch. He stopped doing it, but he started doing it again after I took him for a ride in the car. He came home and started hiding under the couch again. And when I lifted up the couch, he's standing there with all of his claws dug in, looking at me like, how dare you? This was my sanctuary. Don't you dare. So yeah, I can understand that is making more sense to me now. There you go. That is making more sense to me now. Here we go. Oh, so by the way, if anybody does want to join the Discord, I'll have to put up a new link because I think that link is dead. So let me delete that one. But I will put up a new link on the Discord. Put a new link on the Ko-fi for the Discord. If anybody does want to join it, please like and subscribe. Oh, how dare you? Oh, so even more convoluted. Nice. It's only a little bit more convoluted. It's only a little bit more convoluted. And you know me. You know me. I like to make things as complicated as possible. I'm not about doing it the easy way. I'm about just figuring out how to do it my way. And my way involves a lot more cords and cables and unnecessary equipment than anyone I've ever met. But it's my way. And so it's acceptable to me. Nobody else. But yeah, like I was sharing this at the beginning of the stream, which you were not here for. And I am going to log off. I promise I'm going to log off now. But the imagery, the imagery in the background of this up here, of what do you call it, is a Indigenous artwork, and it's an Indigenous story about a group meeting down at the watering hole, sharing food, sharing stories. Yeah, all of those things. All of those things. So, yeah, like and subscribe. Follow for more. Oh, here you are saying a 5-hour stream is too long. You need to leave me all by my lonesome. Oh, yeah, I like it too. I like it too. I've been using Indigenous artwork in all of my, what's it called? Oh my fucking God, what's it called? Branding. I do not like calling it branding because, talking about using Indigenous artwork and then talking about branding makes me feel like shit. But look, 5.5 hours isn't too long for the content. Yeah. 5.5 hours. It's not that it's too long. It's that I have nothing else to say. I only prepared the one thing to react to. Shilling for the capitalist overlords. Yeah. I don't have. Yeah, I've got nothing else. I've got no other content to react to now. That was all I had. I mean, I will. You know what? Let's do it again tomorrow. I'm going to go and make dinner. I'm going to go make dinner and sleep. And then after that, I'd said to because the kids are at their dad's house. I'd said to their dad, drop them off whenever. I'll stop streaming whenever you get back. But 2, ping me so I don't miss the first 2 hours, please and thank you. Yeah, all right. I did put it on the Discord. I know that's not everybody's. Oh, so you can't stop till they're back. It's not that I can't stop. It's that they should have been back an hour ago, and they're not. Oh, you've got notifications off on Discord. Well, that sounds like a you problem. That sounds like a you problem. No, I can ping you. I can send you a message on Facebook tomorrow. It is a me problem. No, I completely understand that. It can feel a bit overwhelming having notifications coming off on like 20 different places at once. I'm a boomer. Facebook me, please. No worries. I'll send you a message on Facebook and just be like, we're going live. We're doing it. Yes, then maybe we'll do it again tomorrow and react to something else. Hey? I don't know. Give it a go. We'll give it a go. Thanks all. See you tomorrow. And I'm going to jump over onto Discord right now and see if I can add you as a mod also. YouTube pranks compilation reaction stream. Most of my reactions will be like, that's awful. Do not do that to someone that you love. I hate those prank things. Not all of them. Some of them can be nice, but you know the video that was going around a while ago of parents slapping eggs in their kids' faces? I was horrified by that. And so many people told me to get over it. I was just like, but you're smacking someone in the face with an egg and then they're crying. I don't think that's funny. I think that's mean. Like, love it so hard. I think if you want to do that to an adult, sure. Abuse trivialized. I enjoy watching abuse trivialized for views. Yeah, it's real hardcore. I'm also a hardcore live stream bro who likes to watch abuse trivialized for views. So good, so good. Oh yeah, I can hear my kids screaming. They're back. They're back. Time to log off. Thanks, Emery. Thank you for joining me and keeping me company. Thank you to whoever the other person is watching, because it keeps telling me that there's like 3 or 4 people watching, but nobody else has commented or said anything the entire time. So I don't know who you are, but thanks for watching. Feel free to like and subscribe and share the video. Jump over onto the Discord. I'll be over there. Okay, bye. Jump onto the Discord. Feel free to go and check out my Ko-fi, which has links to all of my other content if you're interested in checking out any of that. I have to go to my kids' school on Wednesday in the morning. But after that, I'll be on live stream. Okay. Bye. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining. Yeah, feel free to check out my Ko-fi. Feel free to check out my other links. Jump on the Discord, join the Discord. Feel free to check out any other content that I've got, and I will see you all in the next one.